starting ඔහොම ඉන්න පොඩ්ඩක් ඉන්න. Facebook enable to connect.
लाइन में हम लाइव में बोल पे जिनके ने किया था
ලයිව් හරි
දාලා නැහැ.
මේ හරි හරි
Kalau hai audio call kara.
biar live hari ini
Test one.
A very good morning to all of you joining us and welcome along to the beautiful Galle International Stadium. As you can see, everything is almost ready to go for the 118th encounter of the Mahinda-Richmond Lovers Quarrel. So let's start the morning off by bringing to you the pitch here in Galle with Hiruja Paranavitana.
Thank you, Tarandu. Now, if we take a look at the pitch, we could see that it's a more of a hard pitch. It's going that hard. It's a dead. It's dead. So some cracks are here and there, but nothing seems to be much of a really good, good pitch for spin today. The spin will be in play, but in the second day of the match. So if we take the pitch will play in the first 10 to 15 hours. The swing will play a big role in the pitch. There will be swing. The fast bowlers will have to bowl good line and length to get their swing right in place. And it will be a great match between these two teams. And I'm here from Mahinda College, and we will see you at the toss. Thank you.
lagi.
Mas- Welcome along to the toss at the 118th Mahinda-Richmond Lovers Quarrel. I have with me today's match referee, Mr. S.M. Faumi, and the captains of the two teams, Danuja Induvara of Mahinda College and Tarinder Nilmar of Richmond. So, we have the coin and everything's ready to go. Danuja has the coin. And that was the toss at the 118th Mahinda-Richmond Lovers Quarrel. The Richmond captain Tarinder Nirmal won the toss and decided to field first. We'll be back shortly with our coverage.
A good bit of fielding. Almost an overthrow that time, but safe and a good bit of fielding once again. Good attacking field. A lot of open spaces on the onside, but the fielder did well to cut that off for just a single.
Well, on that occasion, good from the part of the batsman as well. Just that is what you call tap and run. You just tap in towards the left side of the fielder, and that is what you need to do as batsmen. So they have been sorting out things very nicely as far as Mahinda batsmen are concerned. It's again a short pitch delivery. This time he was little reluctant on going into that pull shot. Came a little quicker than he expected, but so far so good. So they've been trying on the part of Kavindu Richmond, the opening bowler. They've been trying a little too much, too many, little too much and too many to my liking. Was seen on that occasion. So that is the line that they should be operating on, more or less. Well, they will learn as the day progresses. That completes the over number 3, I guess. Mahinda 20 for no loss.
Right, so Sihat to continue from the media box end. Oh, that's a good delivery, and it's been called a no ball. Trying to get into that block also, Sihat Ramanayaka. He's bowling his second over, gave away just 6 runs in his first over.
On that occasion, he was trying to put a little more effort on that delivery. It was a little over pitch, correction, little over step rather, and on that occasion again, just down the offside. But they need to be disciplined on that lines and lengths. They need to work out as soon as possible. Well, talking about the big match and talking about the players they have produced, produced some tremendous cricketers over the years in the likes of Richmond. We have in the current playing circuit, in the context of Sri Lanka cricket, we have got Kamindu Mendis, Wanindu Hasaranga, Charit Asalanka, Dhananjay Lakshan. Was that an edge, or was that purposely edge towards the third man? Batsmen would not complain. They will collect whatever the runs on offer, especially in the period where they need to take their eye in. So yesterday we saw when the batsmen get their eye in what happened to that Royal Thormian match. So that is what these players might be closely looking at, the proceedings of their quite a strange field fielding position being employed down there at deep extra cover. The man who is patrolling the deep extra cover boundary is 10 meters in front of the boundary. So what do you reckon? I think he can't cut the single, but what do you think? Is he looking for that mistimed sort of a drive? Why is he there employed?
Well, I feel like he has to move with the line and length the bowler is bowling at the moment. They're bowling wide outside the off stump, giving that opportunity for the batters to cut that ball or to push that ball towards that particular region and maybe to steal a boundary or two. It's much better. This is much better in terms of line and length from Sihat Ramanayaka. 2 extras in this over, but he has been able to hit some good areas. Now this is what they should continue, these two fast bowlers. There was this hint of green, a very hint of green on the top of the pitch here at Goal International Stadium as we had a close look in the morning, but it's all about getting that early advantage as a fast bowler. Because once the day goes on, especially tomorrow, the spinners will come into play and there will be a lot of spin on offer here at Goal International Stadium. But right now, it's important that you take the early advantage as a fast bowler. One more delivery left in this over. A perfect day for cricket, isn't it? Here at Gaul. Not a hint of rain anywhere. Very clear skies. Very humid as well. Perfect for cricket. Once again, this time the inside edge coming into play. Just a single to end that over. A good over from Sihat Ramanayaka. And it's 25 without loss after 4 overs.
Well, you spoke about the spin and how much of assistance that this pitch might provide you in terms of the spin, and the spinner is brought up to the attack. Yuri Kottigoda is a left-arm orthodox operator. He's bowling from the far end, the fourth end. Well, in the morning we had a little look into the pitch, and I saw quite a lot of cracks in that popping crease area, which could get as the day progresses with these foot marks. Well, talking about, we'll get back to that, but very attacking field as far as Yuri Kottigoda is concerned. He's bowling into a slip and a silly mid-on and 2 slips. And there is point, short extra cover. Can you say it's a sort of a short extra cover, mid-on, and extra cover being employed. There are wide open spaces on the onside towards mid-wicket. to backward square leg region. There is only one fielder being positioned at square leg towards the square of the wicket. There's a big appeal. The umpire turned down. I think that is going to miss the stumps.
Yuri Kottikota coming into play as a left-arm orthodox. Now, we're still in the 5th over of the match, and this attempt, it feels quite desperate in terms of Richmond College trying to pick up a wicket here, but because their fast bowlers have been hammered all throughout the ground by these two opening batters. Yuri Kottikota, we've been just told that he's the brother of Kevin Kottikota. If you haven't heard of the name, I think you might have seen his action for sure. But this is a good over so far from Yuri Kottikota, and that'll be the end of the over. Maiden from Kottikota that time. But he bowled in some good areas. So 5 overs done, it's 25 without loss. So Sihat to continue. Oh, that's punched down the ground. Not timed up to the perfection, but still gets it over. And he gets it all the way for a boundary. Dinra Kalupahana trying to be attacked in an attack mindset against the fast bowlers. And this time the first ball, it was more of a slap from Dinra Kalupahana. He slapped it down the ground for a boundary. What a way to start this over.
You don't have enough pace to trouble Dinura Kalupahani. The likes of his and the caliber of his is a national cap, I was told. And that was quietly rather sitting on him. As you rightly said, he's just slapped it back past the bowler just towards the mid-wicket region. The man who's fielding at the mid-wicket is in the 30-yard circle. As soon as you pass or get over the head of him, there's a boundary written all over it. This outfield is very dry and could be quite travelling. There's a lot of sunshine out there. Whatever the moisture, the overnight, we don't have any information as to whether we had any rains overnight. Seems like we don't have, with the looks of the ground. It looks very dry. Driven again. I think that's a 4 again through extra cover. Beautiful batting this. Mahinda College. Goal is dictating terms here at Goal International Cricket Stadium. This time Sihat has been taken through extra cover region. Just a little over pitch. Previous occasion he was straying down just short of a length, which has been deposited over mid-wicket, and this has been taken through extra cover. It's a very clinical batting effort as far as... to disturb Dinura Kalupahana. He was just literally walking towards the ball and slapped it towards extra cover region. That's a wonderful shot, Oshada.
3 boundaries on the trot for Mahinda College. And then Kalupahana, as you correctly mentioned, is dictating terms here, asserting his power. He's a well-built, very tall guy. Tindra Kalupahana has a lot of power dots that these two batters are playing. It feels like they're ready to move on. They're ready to make this partnership a lengthy one. But of course, Richmond College will need to come back into this game. They need a wicket here. They're in desperate need of a wicket here.
Well, what those 3 boundaries, we had a hat trick of boundaries to start the over with. So what that could done to the confidence of the bowler is that could dent his confidence. That could dent now what the batsman expects from that sort of an onslaught is, from that sort of a outrage, you can get the bowler to bowl in the areas which you prefer. That could dent the confidence of the bowler, and which makes it even better. Goes in there, 1 bounce, 2 bounces, goes over the rope, and that's another boundary. A valiant effort down that long on, but of no use at the end. This is beautiful batting. The bowler has been taken to the cleaners in this over by the batsman. Is it Dinura this time? Again Dinura. Dinura is on song here. He's picking off the bowler on the offside, and he's picking off the bowler on the onside as well. You bowl me short, I'll pick you through mid-wicket. You bowl me in the same area, just a little fuller, I'll pick you down the ground through long on. This is just outside the off stump on good length. You need to keep asking the batsman the questions, because we all know, now what is, from what we have seen, is very less amount of movement that you can extract. So that is what these schoolboy cricketers should learn. So you don't need, sometimes you will not find the assistance that you're looking for from the word go from the deck. So in such circumstances, you need to be very patient. Now look how this Yuri Kothigoda is bowling. So he does not seem to be disturbed with what is happening in the other end. So he's bowling, he's being very patient, he's flighting the ball, he's bowling in that good areas. He has a very attacking field on the offside. It's good cricket from Yuri Kothigoda. He might have had a leaf or 2 out of his brother's book. And as you can see on the mid-off, the fielder is in the circle, made a little mess while he's fielding, because that the batsman was looking for that quick single, so that this is the pressure. Now what the previous over onslaught would have done is, now they are desperate to get the wicket off Dinura Kalupahana. So in the attempt of that, in the process, they might fail. The pressure is telling on the fielders with that sort of a batting display. But this is good bowling as far as Yuri Kothigoda is concerned. He's flighting the ball on around middle and off. We're just trying to get a purchase out of this dry goal surface. So as I saw, we had a little look into the pitch in the morning, and there were quite a lot of dry patches, and some of those cracks are visible. That's again played towards short mid-on. There's no run. It's good bowling as far as Yuri Kothigoda is concerned, but he needs some support in the other end. In the likes of their fast bowlers, Sihat was more economical out of the opening 2 pacemen, but he has been taken to the cleaners. So now the captain, Tarinder, is it? Tarinder needs some assistance, so need to find some remedies as far as the bowling options are concerned. And with that, it completes the over number 7. They're going at quite a click, 44 for no loss, Mahinda.
It looks like we're having another bowling change from the media box end as well. Yeah, looks like we're having another spinner coming from the media box end this time to assist Malsha Tarupati with the ball in hand. One of the most experienced players in this Richmond College lineup, Malsha Tarupati. We've seen his name coming up in different years, bowling those leg spinners. Represented Sri Lanka in the Under-19 World Cup, the concluded World Cup as well. So lots of experience, and he is the ideal man here for Richmond College to pick up a wicket or two. And I think this is a good move from Tarinder Irmal to bring his trump card for picking up a wicket here. So some leg spin from Malsha Tarupati. It'll be a challenge. One slip in position as well, but he's bowling it fast. Malsha Tarupati, we've seen him over the years coming in at crucial moments and picking up those wickets, and has a lot of variations as well. So these two batters will need to be concerned a bit at this stage of the game, because the game is nicely poised for Mahinda College at the moment, 45 without loss. So if they lose a wicket here, all their hard work will just be nothing. So these two batters will need to be careful here against Malsha Tarupati, but of course they should not look for being defensive or to change their game set here. They just have to continue what they've done so far, picking up those runs, picking up those singles, taking ones and twos, and getting the occasional boundary. Short pitch delivery, but once again it was quick, so the batter had no room or space to go towards the back foot or to play it square off the wicket. Another no ball. Second no ball of the match so far for Richmond College. So already trying out variations here, Malsha. That's much better from Malsha Tarupati. Much better length in terms of bowling to Pramesh, who's on 11 off 24, giving that support to Dinura Kalupan, who's at the other end going at 32 of just 22 deliveries. Oh, another googly, and almost carried it towards the first slip fielder, but it was just few inches away from him, and goes all the way for a boundary.
Well, that was very unfortunate from the part of the bowler. So as you can see, if you look at the first 2 or 3 deliveries of this over, this being a forced change. He was reluctant. He was forced to bowl a little quicker, but he's reluctant to continue that, as you need a little flight to make a purchase or two out of this deck, and that was quite evident in the last 2 or 3 deliveries of his over. He was flighting the delivery, and he's getting a lot of purchase out of this deck. Now, as bowlers, you need to be careful in not trying too many things. You need to play on merit. So you need to be very cautious. At the same time, you need to trust your ability, trust your skills, and you need to play it on merit. You don't have, you can't try too many things here in the first day's play. You need to understand we are still in the early hours of play. Don't have much to offer in terms of spin bowlers in the deck. So you need to stay patient, just on the offside, just on and off the off stump rather, and make the ball do the rest. So we'll see what Yuri Kottigoda has to offer. Driven this time, 4 again. When you're bowling to as a 6, been deposited over for 6, and it was a very easy pickings as far as the batsman is concerned. So he's in a great nick as far as Mahinda College is concerned. That is, I think, Dinura Kalupahana. So Dinura Kalupahana has been quite a headache for Richmond College. Now I thought for a split of a second that went down the ground, because as if it looks very easy on the eye, but it went all the way. And that again you see, it's very good running between the wickets, very good running, very good awareness from the part of the batsman, and as rightly so, he's appreciating his non-striker. It's good calling, good responding, good cricket all round, and putting a lot of pressure on the outfield and on the part of the bowler. We saw that was just a little loosening on sort of a poor delivery on the off stump full toss. So they are making the bowlers to bowl into their areas. That's again a good delivery on this occasion. But that is what they need to do day in, day out. So as bowlers, you've been practicing days and days on your lines and lengths. You can't be faltering when the batsman is getting on or getting at you.
Yeah, Yuri Kottigoda's first delivery of this over went for a 6, and so far he's been able to come back pretty well. 2 consecutive dot deliveries. And he's not afraid to give air to the delivery as well, isn't he? Yuri Kottigoda. He's not bowling in those in that flat trajectories. It could be easy for the batters to work with, but he's giving it a bit more air. Has a good loop to his bowling. Short pitch delivery this time. Couldn't get away from the fielder. And that marks the end of the over. 8 runs coming off from that over from Yuri Kottigoda. 9 overs done. It's 58 without loss. Malsha Tharupati continuing from the media box end. That last delivery of his last over almost was a chance for the slip fielder. That was a googly, that was a perfect delivery. The batsman didn't read it and was caught on unexpected. That's the kind of opportunities that you have to held on to. The opportunities, they don't come much often. So once the opportunities are there, it's important you hang on to them. Once again, that pace. Malsha Tharupati is not only varying his deliveries in terms of bowling googlies and the conventional leg spinners, but he's also varying his speed as well. So giving a lot of hard time and making the batsman think about the next delivery coming from Malsha Tharupati. And as a bowler, if you can force the batter to think about the kind of delivery that he's going to bowl, and then you're successful as a bowler. Then you can create that doubt in the head of the batter. Makes it extremely difficult for him to to make it work for the next delivery. Cut away this time. Couple of runs. And it goes all the way for a boundary. There we go. The confirmation from the umpire. It was struck firmly. A bit too short outside the off stump. And then Kalupahana just latched onto it and played it away from the fielder to get all the way for a boundary. So another last ball boundary from Marsha Tharupathi's over, and 63 runs on the board at the end of the over number 10.
Well, lovely pictures here at goal, brought to you by the Mahinda College Media Unit. It's been a great production so far. They've been up to it. They've been covering the scenes with a lot of cameras. There have been quite a few drones operating, and these beautiful pictures have been brought to you by the Mahinda College Media, as Mahinda College Media Unit's production, as Yuri starts again another over. Now the problem being with both these bowlers is that they've been conceding that out boundary every now and then. If you take the last ball of the last over, what happens there was, so you need your fielders to be in their feet as well. Those outfielders need to stop those boundaries, need to stop the run flow. And so far, does not seems to be so, because the batsman is quite freely accumulating their runs, ones and twos, and the odd boundary. So, but thereby, that's a good fielding attempt on the short mid-wicket region. Well, there's a very quiet, very sort of a very strange fielding position being employed. The fielder who is fielding out there is fielding with a headgear. That could be, they've done their homework, I guess, because that he's in the firing line in the short mid-wicket region. But it is quite strange when you're fielding that deep. This came down the track, lofted over, but just fallen short, just short of the fielder who is fielding at long off boundary. I thought for a split of a second that he connected that and is deposited that over the boundary. But fortune favors the brave, it says. And the Richmond College is still yet to find their fortunes, as that ball just bounced in front of the fielder. There's a very lucky escape, Oshada.
Yeah, the fielder had to come a long way from where he initially stood. It was all the way down towards, down there at the boundary line. But a valiant effort from the fielder as well. Now Pramesh is on strike, so both the mid-on and mid-off up in the circle. And that marks the end of the over. Just 2 runs from the over from Yuri Kottigoda, and it's 11 overs done. 65 without loss, and it's time for some drinks as the umpires and the players get themselves some refreshments. Dhirura just 5 runs away from scoring a big match half century. So another milestone for this young man. Once again, this time through the gap, looking for the second run or just a single. Good bit of fielding. Well, fielding has been quite good from Richmond College, except for few misfields, especially around the boundary line. But especially inside the 30-yard circle, they've been able to put in some good effort, the fielders.
Well, comparatively, the infield has been up to the mark. It was there were quite a few blemishes in the outfield, of course. Still in the early days, these players are getting into terms, and as we speak, it's a good move from the part of Richmond. The wicket keeper is being called up to the stumps, and thereby they're trying to keep the batsman inside the crease to restrict them on the walking to that delivery. It's quite a brave move when you're bowling your prime or trump card pace bowler is bowling at quite a click. So it's a very brave wicket keeper for Richmond College. There's one slip. Third man is in the circle. Covers. Mid-off. Extra cover. There are wide open spaces in the outfield on the onside. There's mid-wicket. There's long leg. You can call him a fine leg as well. A little finer. Mid-on, mid-off. So you need to stray on the off stump or just outside the off stump on the good length. That is what it suggests to me by this field, as that completes the over number 12. They're going at quite a click. Mahinda College, 66 for no loss. Most of the bowlers except for the spinners has conceded more than 6 runs per over. Sihat has bowled 4 overs, has conceded 28 runs. It goes on to show that how indisciplined they were in the early hours of play, but slowly but steadily they seems to find their rhythm. That is important as far as Richmond College is concerned. It's quite hot out there. Players might feel the pinch. These are still young and school cricketers. They need to learn the trade in the harder way. And this is the occasion. If one needs to rise up, this is the occasion that it needs to do that. Well, both the opening bowlers have been brought back as spinners seem to dry out some runs. They have been given a break because that the spinners being brought up is quite a forced change due to this early onslaught by these two Mahinda College batsmen. Dinura is on 46 from 39. He's going more than runner ball. Just a little towards the leg side-ish delivery. It's quite understandable because he's looking for that movement just outside the middle stump, just off towards the offside of the middle stump. He's bowling in towards the right-hander. I saw the batsman Mahinda College, number 3, I would guess, is warming up. He's going to be a left-hander. If a wicket falls and when in comes batsman is a left-hander, there'll be a left-hand, right-hand combination in the middle. A good delivery on this occasion. He's rising up on him. He's watchfully and defensively playing back to the bowler. So it's a great attribute of this Mahinda College batsman, filtering out the balls which to hit and which to respect. So So that has been the success of these two openers so far. They've been sorting out them well, and whenever the poor ball is presented, they've been up equal to the task. And there was a little miscommunication on this occasion, but no harm done. So this is the way that they need to learn the trade from the part of the batsman. Very little if we can comment on the feeblenesses of the batsman. If we speak of where they faltered, it is very much of a little that we can speak of. That has been driven. There is protection. There is just a one run. In terms of finding the gaps, that is you call placement, and the timing has been exquisite so far from the part of the batsman. So now they need to settle to play a long inning. So that, as a schoolboy cricketer, that is what you need to learn. In a very hot and sunny condition, it is quite a challenge. You need a lot of application to stay focused, because we all know we are in the AC room commentating of all what they do, but they are in the middle. It is very hot, very humid, and a lot of sweating, a lot of liquid is what the doctor ordered. And we had the first drinks break, and they're going at quite a click. Dinura is on 49. Pramit is more circumspect of the two. He's on 17. It's quite understandable, Dinura being under 19 cap. Well, we saw Marsha Tarupati's counterpart. He was representing the under 19 national team once. If my memory serves me correct, he toured the World Cup. He was a member of that World Cup squad who toured South Africa, right? And that is what, as Sihat, you need to do more. Just bowl on that off-stump channel, just outside the off-stump channel. Let the batsman try out those runs and see what the batsman does next. So let the pressure build on them. Otherwise, so far, they've been playing very freely out there. There is the single, and that is the 50 for Dinura. That has been a very refreshing inning so far. A brilliant knock. He's taken the bowlers to the cleaners when the ball is poor. He's respected the ball when the ball is on the merit. It's been a very well compiled inning so far. Dinura Kalupana is delivering for his school, Mahinda College. It's been a treat to watch, and he is correctly showing his class in front of the school crowd here at Goal International Cricket Stadium. What an occasion to get your 50, and even at that click, he's been brilliant so far. Hope he would continue and go on to make what welcome a century, Oshada.
Definitely the stage is set for Dinura Kalupahana to go on and make a big score here in front of this huge crowd here at Galle International Stadium. He certainly has taken the right path here, right approach, 50 or 45, and Pramesh on 17 at the other end, giving him that ideal support. And this partnership is just what the doctor ordered for Mahinda College. And looking into this partnership, you see, there's always this element to when it comes to a good partnership. There's always this guy who's scoring runs well, who's going for those boundaries, and at the other end there's this guy who's holding his end and giving that support, getting those singles, getting those ones and twos, so complementing each other really well. And that is what we've seen right from the start, right from the very first over of the match. These two batters have identified their roles in this partnership, and that is really good for Mahinda College. And as a result, we're seeing 70. being put on for the opening wicket. And of course, majority of the runs coming off from Dinra Kalupahan, 50 or 45. Well, yesterday we saw a couple of centuries in the Royto big match. So it looks like we're in for another treat here at Goal International Stadium. Well, I'm not going to jinx it, but let's see how things will progress. Dinra Kalupahan on 50 and Pramesh on 17. Both the batters clearly have that ability to go for a big score and to register a century here, but still a long way to go. Last ball of this over, just 1 run from it. Oh, asking the question that time, but probably sliding down the leg side. And that'll be the end of the over. Just 1 run from it. 14 overs done. 70 without loss for Mahinda College. So Kavindu Nirvana starting off the proceedings for his 4th over at 18 runs, a bit expensive, but still holding his position here. Kavindu Nirvana started off the proceedings for Richmond College. And we talked about the legacy of both these schools at the start of this match. Richmond College and Mahinda College being two of the most prestigious cricketing schools in this part of Sri Lanka, having produced lots and lots of international cricketers over the past couple of years, especially if we consider the last few years, the last 4 to 5 years, they've been able to produce some really good cricketers. Obviously, we know Richmond College producing the likes of Vanindu Hasaranga, Charita Salanka, Dhananjay De Silva, all these world-class cricketers, Dhananjay Lakshan as well. And from Mahinda College, I think the most prominent cricketer to come out of Mahinda College is Lasith Malinga. And if we look into the more recent crop of players, I think Navud Paranavitan is also one of those very talented cricketers, young cricketers coming from Mahinda College. I think he captained Mahinda College as well, if I'm not wrong, last year, maybe before that year. I'm not sure about the year, but he certainly captained Mahinda College, and he's one of those players to look out for. Captain under 19 national team as well. So both these schools, so these set of players, they are carrying that legacy. So they have a lot to play for. They have a lot of responsibility to continue that legacy and to carry their name. Richmond College and Mahinda College, two schools with a lot of history as well behind them. The 118th big match being played here.
Well, yes, rich in legacy, rich in history. A lot of pride, a lot of honors to carry on. And they seems to have followed the footsteps of their pioneers. Well, this Dinura is Kalupahana. Seems to be a fine crop from this set of players, because he seems to find his rhythm, touch right from the word go. The most important part of his batting is that he does not try and overhit, try and overdo things. When the ball is there to be driven, when the ball is there to be deposited, he was equal to the task. and there's a big appeal. I think that goes down the leg side. It was more with a hope rather than of anything else. It was bowling into the right-handed Pramesh. He was the most circumspect out of these two. Is anyway a moral victory as far as Kavindu is concerned, because he was taken to the cleaners a little while ago. Now he seems to have settled down to a particular length line. So that is what you need to do more often than not. So you need to ask the batsman questions frequently. You need to stay on that line of discipline. You need to put the pressure on the batsman, take him to the deep waters and see how they react. That is what these little school cricketers should learn. Long on, long off is back. Deep mid wicket is back as well. There is no other fielder on the onside. Just a little short of a delivery that has been picked off on the onside. This is good cricket from the part of the batsman, because he saw there's no one on the onside in the infield. The man who's fielding at the deep mid wicket boundary had to come all the way and collect it and throws back. So there was an opportunity to tap and take that second run. So that was what he was trying on that occasion. But the fielder who was fielding at that deep mid wicket boundary was equally aware of what's going around, and that made him stop getting that second run. So this is good cricket all around. Now Pramesh is not trying to match what Dinur is doing. He's playing within his capabilities, and that's again a poor fielding attempt down at extra cover inside the circle. The man who's fielding at the circle inside the 30-yard circle, he's made all mess of it. So that sort of that's a rare miss as far as the infielders are concerned. You found out a lot of mishaps in the outfield, but the infield has been good. So you need to, that is more important when you're on a run feast as such, to control the batsman when the ball is hit straight to that fielder. So you need to be on your feet.
Yeah, as much as we like to talk about cricket, we have to talk about this production as well, being done by Mahinda College Web Team. Yeah, Mahinda College Web Team, established in 2007. They've been doing this for quite a long time now, and this year as well, because you don't see this often. These beautiful pictures all being taken by the Mahinda College Web Team, so they're doing an exceptional job here in terms of bringing you these live pictures right here from Mahinda College Goal, because in normal cases you see big production companies coming in and doing the production for the school big batches, but here it's different. It's the school children right from the start to the end. It's all school children doing these productions, more than 6 cameras, and you get to see replays and everything that you would see in a professional production. You're seeing it here. So yeah, credits goes to Mahinda College Web Team for putting in all the effort and for organizing this, of course, to bring these pictures to the fans who are abroad, who are at home, who couldn't come here. So it's been a commendable effort by them to bring these live actions. You can catch us on Pure TV as well, on channel number 120, and on Facebook and YouTube as well. A punch down the ground and a quick single from Pramesh. Mahinda College now steering at 75, and that'll be the end of the over. 16 overs done. It's 75 without loss. Another quick single that time from Dinra Kalupahan, who's on moves up to 50. Well, that single was taken by Pramesh, but Dinura was running towards the danger end, so had to dive. That was a good effort by Dinra Kalupahan. Still fit, still going strong out in the middle. It's not easy, as Isuru told you multiple times. It's not that easy to play out in the heat. It's very hot and humid out in the middle, and Dinra Kalupahan facing 49 deliveries and playing those big shots. He's still got his fitness up and running, so that's good to see from these young cricketers. Much better from Dinra Kalupahan. He's just finding it too easy at the moment to glide that ball towards practically anywhere that he liked to get that ones and twos and that occasional boundary as well. And another key thing that we saw in his innings is that we have seen him playing that sort of rash shots only once. That delivery against, if I'm not mistaken, against Yuri Kottigar, he was trying to go for a big shot towards the offside, but didn't time it up to the perfection, and almost it was a chance for the fielder at long on, or the long off rather. But except for that shot, we haven't seen him taking any risks, taking any rash shots into consideration. So it's been a quality innings from Dinura Kalupahan so far. 52 off 50. 2 more deliveries remaining in this over. Just 1 run so far. Chip towards the onside, a single to end the over. 17 overs done, 77 runs on the board for Mahinda College without loss. Right, so 17 overs done, 77 runs on the board, and with that, there will be a change in voices and over to our other set of co-commentators.
Pramesh Madhubhashan, let's let go. And welcome along to the Goal International Stadium once again. Joining you this time, I'm Tharindu Mahendra along with Hiru J. Parnavitana, a change of commentary. Mahinda College, a rapid 77 runs in just 17.1 overs. Cruising along very nicely at the 118th encounter of the Lovers Quarrel. Sihat Ramanayaka, the bowler, operating from the pavilion end. The Richmond bowlers holding their line much better than we saw before the break, where they got punished for their wavered lines and lengths. But this time they're holding behind the batsmen to that line and length, not allowing them to free their arms, use their pitch, and come down and take those boundaries. Pramesh Madhubhashan, 22 from 54. He's played a subdued role to Dinura Kalupahana this time. Glances it to the leg side. That's wide open through the field. And that's another boundary for Pramesh Madhubhashan.
Wonderful played by Pramesh Madhubhashan. That was more into the pads. That's why the bowler got punished for that one. It into the pads, and Pramesh Madhubhashan just flicks it into the square of the wicket and gets the boundary. Mahinda College has been on a great stage right now. 81 runs from 17.3 overs. And we got much more cricket to play today as well before the lunch. The quicks has not been working for the Richmond College. They were trying some spin earlier in the wicket, and they has been very good with the spin, but the quick has not been working. But they have to do something different to get wickets. That was beautiful bowled. Good comeback from Sinath. After that ball, he held his line on this one. A good crowd as well at the both stands. They have been low crowd, but after the school, after 1:30, we could see the crowd filling up, and the cheering has started as well. Pramesh Madhubhashan. Richmondites has to now think about taking wicket. They has to be in their mindset of attacking and taking that wickets down. They really want Dinra Kalupahana walking away, because he's on a 52. He's now happy. He wants to play his attacking shots. He wants to get the score up and running. And Pramesh Madhubhashan along with him is really helping him out. He's playing the loose balls. He's making balls get away. In on the attack, and he is now on 52. Yes, enough for his last ball of this over. This time late card in the square. Good bit of fielding, only a run.
That's the end of the 18. Mahinda College 82 for none. Richmond College introducing spin once again from the 410. It'll be Yuri Kottigoda. Pramesh Madhubhashana going along nicely, 27 off 58. He's provided the foil for Dinura Kalupahana to play his shots, to express himself and get Mahinda where they are now. Squeezes it through the offside, just a single. Dinura Kalupahana on 52. He's got his half century, now he's got the license to go after the bad balls, put them away and get Mahinda to the score they want. So this is a big responsibility on the shoulders of Yuri to limit this explosive batsman. He has been punished already for a few in 1 over, so it'll be interesting to see how he handles the pressure, which lines and length he bowls. I'm sure his captain has been talking to him. Change in the field for Richmond. A short mid. That time much straighter, allowing or forcing the batsman rather to come onto the front foot and defend that.
This time going for the rear sweep, something different, and he gets it into the gap. He doesn't even look at it. It's a 4, it's the boundary again. Dinura Kalupahana, he's on the attacking mindset. He wants the runs to be scored and he's doing it. Wonderful rear sweep. He knew Yuri is going to bowl that straighter one. He knew he's going to try get that wicket of the LBW, but what he does, he goes for that rear sweep. Perfect timing as well. He didn't even thought of the slip being there.
That was just sensational. I mean, that just shows you the confidence Dinura has got in the moment to bring that shot out at this stage of the match, just at this stage of the big match. That just shows you what sort of a player Dinura Kalupahana is and why he is in the under-19 squad for Sri Lanka.
This time the cover drive, doesn't get any hands on the two fielders have tried, but only a single as well. So nothing much happening in this over rather than Yuri boundary going for that rear sweep. So Yuri have to show some discipline. He have to respect the batting the way Dinura has been batting. He doesn't need to take a risk. He need to go for his actual good line and length. When the pressure goes on to the batsman, then try that one, then try the arm ball, then try the different something, so that he can make sure the pressure builds in. He can take that opportunity of the pressure and get rid of the batsman.
Much better from Yuri Kottigoda that time. That's the end of the 19th. Mahinda College 89 for none.
And that's the end of the 90th over. Sharon Abhishek is the new bowler and he is going to start off his spell. The right arm off spinner is introduced to the attack, Sharon Abhishek. Dinura Kalupahan is taking his helmet off. He wants to attack the ball as quick as he can. He's taking a risk at this bat.
Sharon Abhishek, experienced campaigner for Richmond. He played an important role during the last encounter of the Lovers Quarrel as well for Richmond. Let's see what he can bring to the attack here.
Here's the first one from Sharon. Ooh, trying to walk into the pitch this time from Dino Kalupahana. Better line. Sharon saw it. He's walking down and went for that side. That's good bowling. Good thinking by the bowler. This is something different. Coming around the wicket to the right arm. He is trying to use that arm ball into the play. Bowl few of them and then try the off spin. Much better line is straight as well. This one just a little bit going with the arm. So Dinur Kalupahana Sharon is trying to castle Dinur Pahana with these deliveries.
Well, at the moment, Hiruja, it looks very easy for the Mahinda batsmen. They haven't really been troubled in any way. Again, Dinur Kalupahana covered it well. There's nothing much in the pitch for the Richmondite, it seems.
Yeah, that's something I have seen as well. In the toss, the Richmond captain first said he wanted to bat first. Would have been a great decision made by the batsman, but he thought for a minute and then said again he wants to field. So that decision making had been paid. As you could see, the Mahindians has been scoring really well. And don't forget, this is test match. So the run rate they are going at is very, very, very nice.
Well, it makes you wonder whether this is a two-day match at the pace the Mahindians have been going. Dinur Kalupahana again using his feet, coming down the pitch, placing it too long off. Just a single that time, but it was a beautifully struck shot. Using his feet, coming down to the ball and making good connection.
This is really good from the Mahindian side I have seen. Even if they get few dots or 4 or 5 dots into the batsman, they always get that single. Make sure that the single rotate the strike. Then that pressure of you have inside you doesn't get away. It just get away from you. So then when the strike is different, then Sharon has to try something different as well. Here's Pramesh. This time taking the length back at Pramesh, so something different. He's trying something different to the both bowlers.
That's the end of the 20th. Mahinda College 90 for none. Yuri Kottigoda to continue from the 4th end for Richmond. Dinur Kalupahana that time coming down the pitch, straight down the ground. Another beautifully struck boundary. Kalupahana enjoying himself out there.
That's one of my favorite shots you could see in the day. That was just wonderful. Straight, and he bat straight as well. Dinur Kalupahana just attacking the ball. Wonderful batting shown by this man.
Well, this is a big responsibility for Yuri Kottigoda against the experienced campaigner for Mahinda, Dinur Kalupahana. He has been dispatched quite a few times. That time once again goes over the top this time. And another boundary for Kalupahana. He has really been putting on a show here at goal.
That was again, it's raining boundaries for Mahinda College at the moment. it's not a good decision by the Richmond captain as well. The last over, Yuri also got dispatched from Dinur Kalupahana, and he's again putting Yuri to the same batsman. That's not going to work. Dinur Kalupahana will keep on attacking. Richmond have to try something different here. They need to change the bowlers, use that element of surprise to get them a wicket.
Well, you say Richmond needs to try something different. They have tried their pacers, they have tried their spinners. What do you think the captain has up his sleeve to bring something different? Again, Kalupahana this time, same shot, same result. Another boundary for Dinura Kalupahana.
Pressure is building on right here for Yuri. He's not going for his good lines. The first two boundaries has played in his mind, and the third one as well. Now what are they going to do? Captain is having a small chat with Yuri. Mahindians are celebrating at the 10th. It is a show here by Dinur Kalupahana. It has been a great responsibility and great day. Dinur Kalupahana cruising along, and Pramesh is anchoring the innings really well. What can Yuri do this time? He needs to try something different. Here's Yuri. A little bit of flight as well this time. This time goes to the fielder, just a single.
That time the length was much better from Yuri Kottigoda. He has already gone for 31 runs of his... This is his sixth over, so the pressure's building up on the young man to deliver here. He's facing two experienced campaigners for Mahinda. That time much better to Pramesh Madhubhashana from Yuri Kottigoda.
This is what Yuri has to do. Doesn't use that flight ball. Use that quicker one. Just keep using it. Make sure the pressure is building up. Then use the flight one. Then use that drift one. Then you can get the wicket. Yes. Oh, again, it's a pad. A bit of appeal from the keeper, but that was hit the pad.
And that's the end of the 21st over. Mahinda College 103 for the loss of none.
Sharon Abhishek again to the attack. This time again around the wicket. Mahinda College has been over the 100 mark. They have been wonderful with batting, and we have seen a show. Here's Sharon Abhishek. Again. Keeps into dot. Wonderful shot, but doesn't get it onto the gap.
That was a nice bit of fielding from the Richmond fielder there. That would have been a sure boundary had he not got his hands on it. Dinura Kalupahana again willing to use his feet to come down the ground. This time just a single. Can't find the gap, straight to the fielder.
Wonderful drawn shot here at the goal fort, and I'm inviting you all guys, everyone, if you're around goal, please come and watch the match. It has been a wonderful match here at goal, and better of it, Mahinda College has got the better of it. A dot. Sharon Abhishek, he has been bowling really well. He has been building up the dots. He got to make sure this pressure doesn't end up in the other side of the other side of the bowling. The other side of the bowler in the other side, he has to anchor this innings as well. Sharon can do it alone. That's good. That's really good bowling by Sharon Abhishek.
We talked about setting up the batsman. You have to keep to your lines and lengths and then use that wow factor ball that you have, whether it's the quicker one or the flighted one. Richmond bowlers haven't really been able to do that. The Mahinda batsmen haven't allowed them to settle into their lines and lengths, always putting away the bad balls. Again, a single taken by Pramesh Madhubhashana.
That was quick running, really good thinking as well. Good call, early call, and they do go for the call.
I have been really impressed by the Mahindians running between the wickets this innings. They've taken those early calls, taken the quick singles, and that's really important. Not just the big shots, taking those singles. That's how you build an innings.
So there's something I have been seeing interesting is to Pramesh Madhubhashana, Sharon Abhishek is going from the wicket, and to Kalupahana he's going around the wicket. So that's something different. End of the 22nd over. Mahinda College 105 for none.
Welcome back to the Goal International Stadium, where Mahinda College have been dominating the first morning at the 118th Mahinda-Richmond Lovers Quarrel. They're already 105 runs up after just 22 overs. Makes you wonder whether this is indeed a two-day match. Dinura Kalupahana, the Sri Lankan under-19 player at the crease for Mahinda. He has scored his half-century in record time. He is currently on 73 off of 65, and Pramesh Madhubhashana now on strike, 28 of 67.
Here's Malcha. That was short, really short as well. That was short. Good keeping by the keeper behind the stumps. Ramesh was not able to get it away. That time much more straighter. So wrist spin into the attack. There's a lot of talk has been done about using wrist spin in terms of goal, and it's not that kind of good decision to take wrist spin into play. That was very short for a wrist spinner. If we could get a replay of that, that was really short by the wrist spinner right there.
Interesting approach by Malcha Tharupati. That one, brilliant ball. Line and length. That was the wrong one, I believe. Completely beat the batsman, Pramesh Madhubhashana. Just an inch away from the edge. That's the line he be bowling. That's the length he has to be bowling. That one cut away, but straight to the fielder. Protection out there.
Good over so far from Malcha. Couple of bad deliveries, but Pramesh was not able to get them away. This time straight gets it for a single and calls for the second run, and they should go for the second run, and that's a couple.
Excellent running from Mahinda College to end the 2023rd. Mahinda College 107 for none.
Trying to castle up Dinur Kalupahana with his bowling abilities. Dinur Alu takes it on the full toss. Oh dear. Drops short and runs for a couple. That was a close call for Dinur Kalupahana. That was a really close call. Dinur Kalupahana is on 75. He's 25 runs short from his century. Can he make the century?
Dinur Kalupahana enjoying himself, not letting the pressure of getting to 100 affect his batting. That's what we want to see. We want to see free-flowing shots. I'm sure that's what the Mahindans want to see. The free-flowing shots coming down the pitch, attacking the boundaries, attacking the field. And that's exactly what he's provided. Time he goes over the top, but there is a field underneath it, and he takes the catch, and that is the demise of Dinur Kalupahana. He played an excellent innings, 65 of 67, and Mahinda lose their first wicket.
That was what was happening right there. Sharon was going around the wicket, trying to get the pressure in, and he made that pressure pay. And Dinur Kalupahana going for that loose shot, but wonderful knock from that man right there. He has played a great inning for his side. 75 from 67 balls. And don't forget, this is a test match. This is a 2-day test match. 75 from 67 balls, it means, oh my god, he has been played and humongous. He has angered his team. Now the next batters coming into the ground, they have to make sure that run keeps flowing like that. Just has to make sure it keeps going on. That was a wonderful right there. That's what happened. Sharon saw Dinur Kalupahana walking and went for that much more shorter ball, and that time Sharon is still seen that he's right in front. He played that loose shot that went straight up in the air. Wonderful bowling by Sharon, and that's the first wicket down for Mahinda College.
A brilliant piece of bowling from Sharon Abhishek, and a brilliant catch in the deep by Richmond College brings the Mahinda captain Danuja Induvara to the crease. Dinur Kalupahana was the batsman dismissed after a brilliant knock of 75 of just 67 deliveries, helping Mahinda to 109 runs off of just 23 overs. Danuja, the captain, at the crease. Now he's got to pick it up where his vice captain Dinura Kalupahana left off.
It will take some time to Dhananjay to get used to the pitch, but he doesn't want to take any risk. Oh, he takes risk in the first ball. That's gone over. That's all the way. That's 6 for Dhananjay. The first ball he faces, he goes in the same way as Dinur Kalupahana did, and he plays the big shot, the straight drive, and that's a 6. This is humongous from Dhananjay.
Danuja Induvara is absolutely not fazed by anything that has gone before. He wants to come to the crease and he wants to play his game, and that's exactly what he did. It was the exact same delivery as the wicket before. No problem to him. Come down the ground, use his feet. Once again puts it away for a single this time. Excellent batting. Big shot, single. That's how the Mahindans have gone about their business.
Pramesh has been a great mate for the Mahinda College side. He has been making sure that anchoring the other side of the wicket. Now that's the end of the
Malsha Tarupati to continue from the fourth end. The right arm leg spinner in the Sri Lankan under-19 squad as well. Bowling to the Mahinda captain Danuja Induvara, who opened his account with a brilliant 6. The bowler not happy with his field, making a few adjustments. Full toss from Malsha Tarupati. Danuja Induvara takes a quick single off the offside. Good running between the wickets by the Mahinda captain and Pramesh Madhubhashana from in the other end.
Well, Richmond Knights got the wicket they wanted. Now they have to make sure that wicket needs to pay. They may need to bowl those dodge balls and make the pressure build. If they bowl those loose derivative like they did to Dhanujaya, that wickets in the future won't come. A bit more short, a single taken by Pramesh.
Like you said here, Richmond definitely needs to build on that wicket. There's plenty more firepower to come from Mahinda. Danuja Induvara, the captain, is already at the crease. One of the most explosive batsmen in Sri Lankan under-19 cricket. We also have Hiruna Gallage to come. He put on a show last time around at the Lovers Quarrel, so Richmond College really need to capitalise on that wicket of Dinura Kalupahana.
Much better line this time, played it to the leg side, just a single. Now what I have been seeing is something that all the spinners on the Richmond side is trying to bowl those straighter ones rather than using that special ability they got, that googly wrong and the leg spinners. They are trying to bowl it straight to keep those dots built in, and that's a good thing because you doesn't want the runs to get away, you doesn't want the runs to flow, you want to make sure the pressure build up. Here's Malsha to Pramesh. That was a real good leg spin, came back into the batsman, surprised Pramesh that time, and good front foot defense as well from Pramesh.
Pramesh Madhubhashana, one of the less talked about players in this Mahinda side, but really important nonetheless. He's the foil that allows the explosive batsmen such as Dinura and Danuja to express themselves in the other end. He holds the innings down in the other end and allows those more explosive batsmen to express themselves. Places it on the leg side and a quick couple of runs taken.
And those players are the best players you could have, because without those anchoring players in the side, you cannot have any explosive players on the side as well, because if explosive players doesn't play their shots right, this could be bad luck. This could be really bad for their side. Here's Dhanuja. Good bowling from Malsha, and that's a dot to finish the over. 25 overs done. Mahinda College 121 for 1.
Alright, welcome back, and as we come back, the only wicket to fall is of Dinura Kalupana in front of Sharon, who's operating right now. We'll look who is in the middle. Dhanuja is the skipper of Mahinda College, and as soon as he was coming out of the net it seems. He came out of the blocks and hit that one. He hit the first delivery out of the boundary. That was a very brave shot, and he seems to be very explosive, and he seems to take the charge back to the bowlers. Don't let them settle. Don't allow them to capitalize on the wicket which they took. Dinura Kalupana will get back to his dismissal, as that one rocked back and pulled it away towards the backward square leg. That's again a beautiful shot. Rocked back as soon as he saw the ball was short. That was a rare loosener from the part of the Sharon's bowling. He was quite economical in his first few overs, but Dhanuja, the margin for error when you're bowling in front of Dhanuja is very minimum. He seems to have found his rhythm from the word go, and he seems to enjoy his stay. I mean, he's a very explosive batsman, and I don't think Richmond can sigh a breath of release after having get that wicket, Oshada.
Definitely, this is really good on the part of Dhanuja, who's trying to attack Sharon, and almost as you correctly mentioned, the first ball he faced went out of the park. So the plan is clear, the intentions are clear, trying to get into the mindset of these bowlers and not to, allow them to capitalize on that wicket, as you correctly mentioned. So he's on 13 now. Once again, very active and always trying to use his feet to get to the pitch of the delivery and to guide that ball towards singles and of course getting those boundaries as well. So it's been a good brief stay for Dhanuja. So hope he'll continue this and to get Mahinda College to an even better position. 126 for 1. They're in a really good position here. Another short pitch delivery, but this time it was not connected well, but it still might go all the way for a boundary. Yes, it does. Now this time it's Pramesh, and another short pitch delivery, and that was a bit slow as well. So Pramesh had all the time in the world to rock back and to play that shot. It was not connected well, but still had all the momentum to get it all the way for a boundary. So that's a second boundary of this over. And the score goes up to 130 for the loss of 1 wicket. So Dhanuj on 14 and Pramesh on 37. We're seeing some entertainment acts going on all around the park. Now this is obviously from Mahinda College's end. The big matches are, well, it's all about enjoying, isn't it, for the fans, for the friends to come along, to gather around after quite some time and to enjoy the day. So it's all about entertainment and of course some quality cricket as well, as we are seeing right now. by Mahinda College. Right, so Malsha Tharupathy is back with the ball, bowling 4 overs, 18 runs. He has created some opportunities, some half chances here and there, but couldn't capitalize on any of them. That's well played by Pramesh. Oh, it goes all the way for a boundary. That's another boundary that was very casually struck by Pramesh and by Danuj, beg your pardon, and again shows the quality of the batter, isn't it? That just 11 deliveries and sweeping Malsha Tharupathy, who's bowling really well like that, to get it all the way for a boundary, shows the quality of the batter.
Well, absolutely, because that is spinning away from him. He's bowling over the wicket. He's getting the bowler. That is what this onslaught will do. I mean, he's getting the bowler to bowl on the areas of his preference. It has been picked off through long off again. So we're talking about the previous shot. He's playing against the spin. Look at the timing and the placement. It was not hit so hard, but it still had enough legs to go through the fine leg through to the boundary. So he's a great batsman, and he seems to find his nick right from the word go. And Pramesh now needs to play the second fiddle to his captain. He's been doing that very well, rather, because he's been doing that for a while with Dinura Kalupahana playing the second fiddle, and now his captain Danuja seems to find out his rhythm right from the screws. Well, Pramesh has a little breather, so what it gives to the more sort of sedate striker Pramesh is that allows him to breathe a little easy, because when a wicket falls, as soon as the wicket falls, if the batsman walks in, can take on the bowlers like the skipper did, it's a bonus for you. And it is quite evident that these Mahinda players have come up with a clear plan, clear approach of getting under the skin of Richmondians, because it's clear, very quietly evident, and that's been bowled him, is it? Yes, it does. And was he caught behind? Well, there was an appeal. I was not conclusive enough. We'll see what's happened there. That was a very good delivery, spinning away from the right-handed Pramesh. That is what you call commentators' skills, as he was praising Pramesh and the way that he's batting. And these are some welcome wickets as far as Richmondians are concerned. That's an LBW, I was told, and for a quite split of a second, I thought it was an age, because to hear it was on the good length, spinning away from the right hander, and for a split of a second, when you see the live action from here, I thought it was caught behind, and it was not. It was a very good result as far as Richmondians are concerned, because we are coming into the launch of the first day's play, and to see the back of both openers, it's quite refreshing. And now the Malsha Tharupathy is also amongst the wicket, so there's another new batsman walks in. Ranmina is the new batsman. Danuja is on 20. Even though he's on 20, he's still young at that crease, but he seems to found out his rhythm right from the word go. But let's see how Ranmina reacts to Richmond bowling. It's a good delivery, Oshada.
Now, this is what I mentioned. Malsha Tharupathy always creating those opportunities, and that time it was I think it was a good variation in terms of varying his speed. It was a faster delivery from Malsha Tharupathy. And here's a bowling change from Richmond College. The captain opting to go with himself to bowl these probably the last few overs before the lunch break. And Tharinda Nirmal, a handy all-rounder, much more prominent in as a batsman for Richmond College, but still has that ability to work his way with the ball as well. Danuj on 20 off 13. Ranmina is the new batter in at the non-strikers end. But this is ideal, isn't it? The game is now evenly poised between the two sides. That was once again Danuj committed to that shot very, very early, and a wild throw from the field as well.
Well, taking on the attack to the new bowler is good, but he should be very careful in coming down the track. He was almost trapped on that occasion. We saw the bowler saw him coming. He tried to bowl that a little wider, but luckily Danuj was equal to the task. But he's facing his counterpart on that occasion. Tharinda, as you mentioned, quite a handy all-rounder. This is a good bowling change as far as I'm concerned, because he's a right-arm off spinner. There's a left-hander in the middle, so he's trying to spin it away from the left-hander. And it's a good, it will be a very good contest. Short extra cover. There's point, backward point, covers, and short third man is being employed. Oh boy, that's again a good delivery. A very good delivery, spinning away from the left-hander. Now we are into the second hour, almost the third hour of play, and it is quite humid, hot. Sun is beating down here at goal, and that's again clipped off on his leg stump. This is some good contest in the middle.
Yeah, Richmond College trying to impose their pressure. Now they've picked up 2 wickets, so if they can pick another wicket before the lunch break, that would be ideal for them, and they'll take as a win this first session. Obviously, after being hammered to all parts of the ground by the 2 openers. Another quick single. This is good cricket all round. Ranmina starts his account. 141 for 2. If they can make it 150-60 for the loss of maybe 3-4 wickets, that would have been perfect for the continuity of this match, and also for Richmond College as well. But this is good bowling, isn't it? Tharinda is forcing the batsman to come towards that front foot rather than bowling it short or bowling it full at the batter. Goes slip fielder, and the other closing fielder is in contest once again. That time a bit too short from Tharinda, but still the line was good from the skipper. And that will be the end of the over. 142 for the loss of 2 wickets after 28 overs.
Mahesh Tarupati starts yet another over. So this would be a bonus if they can squeeze in another wicket, as the right arm leg spinner tries to bowl it just outside the off stump. He's not afraid to give it a little more air on that, a little more loop, flight outside the off stump. inviting the batsman to go through that vacant extra cover region. Well, Danuja is living dangerously out there. I tell you, he's trying a little too many out there. He's just trying to be a little too extravagant. Could be up playing into the hands of the bowlers. This time a little too short. Straight to mid-wicket. There's a boundary right out there. So, Marsha Tarupati, what these bowlers, the spin bowling duo, needs to understand is when the batsmen are trying to attack you, there's always an opportunity that it'll present to you. Because there is an always element of risk involved. Short leg being brought into the left-handed run winner. So what Richmond Marsha should try is to try and bowl a little bit more to the new batsman, a little bit more at the new batsman. So because we are coming into the lunch of the first day's play, and that should be playing on the minds of the batsmen, and they should be looking into a break going forward, but just straight down the leg side a little. Leg spinner that is a little loose now. So you can't allow those freebies. So both batsmen are new at the crease. Ball is 29 overs old. Sun is beating down. The crowd is little building up, and that atmosphere is getting slowly but steadily into terms, and the bowlers now need to show up. Richmond College has a lot of pride and honor in playing this Lovers Quarrel, they call it. It's the 118th battle between these two schools. It has been rich history, rich with culture, and a lot of pride for both the schools. If you can name of those few of late, there are many from Richmond College, and the likes of Charita Lanka. We'll get back to that. As Tarinder, the skipper, starts another over just a little short to my liking on that occasion. Just a little leg side-ish. This is good batting, very good running between the wickets. 2 runs conceded, 2 runs sort of theft from the field. I would suggest that would be the definition if I going to say that. Danuja is the more attacking out of these two. So Tarinder should be, now he's bowling to his counterpart. It's a very good contest between these two skippers. One slip, and there's a little wide short leg fielder. He's a little finer and swept, just lobbing in there little towards backward square leg. There is a mistake around the corner, so you need to be patient. As the day progresses, we would be in for a shady evening. Might turn out to an overcast condition towards the latter part of the day, so might lose some overs towards the end as Marsha Tarupati starts another over. This is what is good batting from Danuja. He seems to have developed himself into a very good corridor, very good rhythm, I would say. Came down the track, does not allow the ball to spin. That is good from the part of Danuja. So he needs to take control. As the skipper, it is very important and imperative for you all to build up on the start that they had. So they need to capitalize. Their short leg, fine leg is in the circle, slip, mid off. There is wide mid wicket, and that has been swept. And a very good attempt at the field. That short fine leg just restricted the batsman for a single. So these fielders need to be on their feet. Now the game is equally poised. Richmondians would have loved to take another wicket going into the lunch of day 1. And Mahinda batsman on the other hand, the run meter, the new man, the left-hander, would love to stay out there in the middle with his captain, the more extravagant Danuja. Is on 27. Malcha is into his 7th over. He's been fairly economical of late. That's again a good delivery. That is where you need to stay more or less, Oshada.
Once again swept this time, most score of the wicket. And they will come back for the second run quite comfortably. Good communication between these two batters. Good early call from Danuja to get back to the strike. So probably the last two deliveries of this over. Danuja on 29 and Ranmin on 2. Danuja seems like a player with a very diverse set of shots all around the ground. We've seen him exploiting those square of the wickets really well, and those third man and fine leg regions as well. A 360-degree player who can utilize almost every part of the ground, and it's always a good asset to have one such player in your team. Right, so 4 runs so far from this over. Malsha Tarupati picked up a wicket, a crucial breakthrough. The wicket of the opening batter, Pramesh. Asking the question once again, but this time a straightforward answer from the umpire. That is not going to hit the stumps. And that'll be the end of the over. 31 overs done. It's 151 for the loss of 2 wickets. And looks like we are up for another over. Yes, so we'll be playing... well, we'll continue the play. So Tarindu will continue from the fort, not the fort end, from the media box end, the end that we are in at the moment. Danuj on 30 and Ranmin on 2 of 10 at the moment. The two fairly new batters out in the middle, but Danuj, the skipper, senior out of the two. Another couple of runs taken quite easily by Danuja, moves up to 32. 150 on the board for Mahinda College. So it's a very good first session for him, for Mahinda College, and mostly because of Dinura Kalupahana's onslaught right from the start. Scoring 75 runs. Once again swept away. But there is protection in the deep, just a single this time.
Well, as you rightly said, Osha, the going past now 150, 154 for 2 now there. You know, these are little psychological milestones where, as a team, you need to build upon. And it is important simultaneously from the part of Richmondites is to get some wickets, at least to dry out some runs, and this not seems to be so, because Danuja seems to find gaps. It's quite a big ground, of course. These are schoolboy cricketers, they need to learn the trade. All of it is correct, but your batsman is also in the same caliber as you, so you need to attack a little more. At the fall of a wicket, there's a new batsman. That is what I said, almost fell into the trap. This is good bowling from Tarinda. the captain of Richmond Heights. Good bowling from him. Yet they seems to have done their homework pretty nicely. That is what you need to do. Pose that threat a little more frequently. So now the short leg and the fine leg being brought into the circle. There was a change in field and the change in the line of attack as well. So that is good. You're mixing it up. Don't let the batsman settle for a particular line and thereby try to induce a forced stroke. So that is what you need to do. You don't have much in the surface because we are in the first days of play, yet to take the lunch as well. It's quite hot out there. This pitch could be quite dry as well. But you can't over-try things, can you? Because these spinners, that's a good delivery. Beats the bat. That is a moral victory as far as the bowler is concerned. Smarsha is the experienced campaigner, the leg spinner.
Oh, that was another chance. Another chance gone missing. Malsha Tharupathy creating all the opportunities here. But the wicketkeeper missed that. Well, there was some odd bounce there, so naturally it was a bit difficult for the wicketkeeper, but still a wicket just before the lunch would have made the day even more perfect for Richmond College. 3 down for 154 before the lunch. That could have been perfect. But yeah, Malsha Tharupathy once again creating those opportunities. We've been telling this right from the morning. He's bowling his 8th over and he's been creating those opportunities right from his first over. But it's just that luck hasn't been on Richmond Heights' side this morning.
It is quite strange if you see, Oshada, there is the backward point fielder is fielding with a helmet on. That's quite strange because it is very hot out there, and when you're fielding, you tend to field with a hat or cap on you, but he seems to be reluctant to get off his helmet rather. That's quite different and some of those refreshing scenes, and that could be because the next over he has to put that back and comes to that short leg. That could be the reason that he's fielding. What if he's in the firing line, he's in that backward point, what if the ball went flying close to him? That's a good delivery. We'll come back to that. Because then he'll have to dive and stop with the helmet. That could be very quite interesting to see if that happens. That is what Tarinder seems to have found his groove a little well here. He seems to take up the mantle of getting wickets on his shoulders. The right arm off spinner coming around the wicket and bowls to his counterpart. That look, Danuja, he's a very intelligent customer, I'd say, because came a little, walked towards the ball, does not allow that ball to spin into him. He's just coming down to the pitch of that. In coaching manual, you say, you come down to the pitch of it, take your foot into the pitch of the ball and play through the line. But most of those traditional cases have been overruled by the way players are playing this modern day game. But this is Test cricket. and it's best in the school versions. There's short leg. Flighted delivery to the new batsman Ranmina. He's asking Ranmina to go over that vacant extra cover. There's cover, there's mid-off, there's point, third man in the circle. There is a vacant space right in the eye line of the batsman, the left-hander. So he's inviting the batsman. This is good contest between the bowler and bat. He's inviting the batsman to go through that vacant extra cover because there is no boundary rider. As soon as you pass or bisected those infielders, there is runs on offer. So this time straight down a little leg side-ish. The batsman had no hesitation in hitting that one through backward square leg for another boundary. These are some freebies as far as the bowling team is concerned, and with that I think we are coming on to the close of play of the first session, and that's a very good way to get on towards the lunch. That's a good result as far as Mahinda College is concerned. There seems to have some discussion in the middle. I don't know what that could be, but and as the batsman walks off, they should be the more happier couple out of both the teams.
Yeah, it's been a really good session for Mahinda College. 160 runs on the board for the loss of just 2 wickets. Right from the start, they were the dominant force in this match. Richmond died well. They had a few occasions where they could have taken another couple of wickets or two, but the luck hasn't been on their side, and it's been all about Mahinda College and their top order. The two openers, Dinura Kalupahana and Pramesh Madhubhashana, completely taking the game away from Richmond College. These are beautiful pictures. The two batters, Danuja and Ranmina, walking out for the lunch break. Probably the happy couple out of all the people who are in the ground at the moment. Danuj on 34 and Ranmina on 7 of 19 deliveries, and that last ball is a perfect way to end the first session. A boundary to finish off the proceedings for Mahinda College, and the crowd will be happy. We're seeing some really good crowds still turning in, school children, and those entertainment tents are also now. We're seeing some sounds, we're hearing some really good music as well, so we can expect a lot more crowd in the evening part of the match. But yeah, Mahinda College will be pretty happy with their efforts. 160 for the loss of 2 wickets in 34 overs. Danuj 34, Ranmina 7, and of course Dinura Kalupahana scoring 74 runs, and Pramesh as well scoring 37 runs with the bat. So we'll take a short break, and we'll be back with the session number 2 of the Lovers Quarrel 2023, the 118th encounter between Richmond College and Mahinda College. So stay tuned with us, as we'll be back after the lunch break. Thank you.
Malshar has been showing some good bowling on the front. Well, good evening to you, Tarinder.
Good afternoon, Hiroja. We're back with the 118th encounter of the Mahinda-Richmond Lovers Quarrel, where Mahinda College are already cruising at 165 runs for the loss of just 2. We saw 2 excellent cut shots just before, and 2 excellent bits of fielding from the Richmond fielders, saving 2 certain boundaries. Richmond College will really need to come out with a positive outlook after the lunch break, because they were being dominated the session before by Mahinda. They were coming down the pitch, using the pace of the ball, guiding it to the boundaries, and just dominating the whole session. So Richmond College really will need to come into this session with a positive outlook.
Yes, as you said, Richmond have to look out for those wickets. They need to keep on attacking with their bowlers. They need to make sure get those wickets. Or maybe a couple of they should. Oh, no, didn't bowl that one. They need to get a bit more wickets, like at least 4 wickets before the tea break. And if Mahinda College get to a good score and decline at the time, because these are two inning game between these two sides, they will have some positive outcome for the next tomorrow.
Tarinder Nirmal, the Richmond skipper, is the bowler, operating from the pavilion end. Ranmila Hetiarachi, the most experienced player in the Mahinda team. Facing him, Danuja Induara, the Mahinda captain, on the non-striker's end. Opened his account with a massive 6 on the very first ball of his innings, and is already on 36 of just 38 balls.
Every single batter we have seen so far from the Mahinda College side has been cruising along really well. They have been playing runs, they have been playing shots, and they have been making runs, making sure every single batsman we so far got out has played at least 30. So that's something good to see from the Mahinda side. They had a great season, and they are going with it. And Richmond College, actually talking about, they made it to the quarterfinals but lost on the quarterfinals, so that's something we have to look out for. Mahinda College is a bit stronger, I would say, in this encounter.
Well, they're certainly riding on a wave of positive results coming into the big match this year, and Richmond just lost out on their quarter-final attempt in the National Tier A 2-day championship, which we'll have to see how that will affect their mood going into the match. Right now, it's difficult to get a read on them. I haven't really seen any positive body language in this session or the first session from the Richmondites. They're just going with the flow. There's no real intent to change the energy on the field. Danuja Induara brings the sweep and gets a single.
And that's another thing about Mahinda College side. They got real firepower in this side. So the Richmond's Dites, they have to find a way to make a wicket. They need to get wickets. They need to put on pressure on the Mahinda College side. Tarinder Nirmal has to think of a way to get into the wickets and get the game in their hands. They must do it.
Well, at the toss, the Richmond skipper Tarinder Nirmal mentioned that they would like to get Mahinda College out for a score less than 150, but safe to say that plan hasn't gone very well to them.
much better from the bowler that time. A bit straight as well, front foot defense from the batsman. Suddenly Nirmal has to make a change in the bowling. They need to do something and get the mood up and going. The energy in the field is really low. They need to do something. Don't take me wrong, the Richmond Knights got a good bowling attack. They got firepower in this side as well. But right now, they need to do something. Do something really quick to change the mood in the game. The skipper is back with another over. Here's the first ball of the skipper. Just doing it, making sure that the ball isn't going to the floor. There's no much energy as we could see. Richmond Knights make to do something different. They need to get those bowlers out. They need to try different things at least to get some pressure going on. Oh, there's the sweep. Doesn't get it right into the gap. A dot again. Here's the next one. Oh, didn't bowl that time. Again on the front foot, going for the quick single early call, and they again, yes, they does. The keeper behind was not able to collect the ball quickly, and that made a bit of a bad side for the Richmond Knights. If I'd say if they were able to collect the ball earlier and much more quicker, it would have been a real close call, but the keeper was just not on time.
Ranmir Hettiarachchi hasn't really been able to get his innings going with any sort of rhythm as of yet. But he's hanging in there, he's anchoring the innings, making sure that they don't give the Richmond Knights any more wickets. This is good bowling from the Richmond skipper. Using that tight line and length, not allowing the batsmen to come down the pitch or free their arms. And that's the end of the over. Mahinda College, 169. Malsha Tarupati continuing from the fourth end. Looking for the single. No run there, there's protection down at point. This time he's able to get it into the gap, and that will race away behind point to the boundary. Excellent shot from Ranmina Hetiarachi.
Well, while we have been talking, the Dhanujaya has on his 40, so that's something to look out for. Dhanujaya is on his way to the half century, and Ranmina, who has been struggling to get off the mark with some good shots, is now playing the shots that he would like on the day of his lucky days. 38 overs and 4 balls has been done. Mahinda College 175 for 2 wickets. So the both wickets that has been fallen has been bowled from the pavilion side. So I suggest that Richmond might use their attacking bowlers from the pavilion side than the fourth end. Oh, that was coming back into the right-hander. That was the leg spinner.
Like you said, it's from the fourth end that the Richmond bowlers have had their success. And that's the end of the 39th over. Mahinda College 175 for 2.
Tharindra Nirmal, the captain of the Richmond side, first ball .1. Captain to captain. This is something interesting. This is a battle I has been personally looking after for. Dhanujaya, let's see what he can do if he's going to keep attacking. No. Much more of a wider arm action that time from Tharindra Nirmal. Dhanujaya is not able. Dhanujaya is trying to get off the marks on the loose balls. Tharindra Nirmal again. This time much more straight and using the feed by Dhanujaya. Only a single, maybe run of the 4, and that hits the boundary. Wonderful shot. The straight drive to the square of the wicket, and he gets the runs off it. A wonderful shot by Dhanujaya, and he's on 44.
Dhanujaya Indivaradi behind the captain, using his feet, coming down the pitch and placing it perfectly between the two fielders for another boundary. He's on 44. He's played a real captain's innings in this 118th Mahinda-Richmond Lovers Quarrel. Made sure that the Mahinda scoreboard keeps on ticking. After the wicket of his vice-captain, Dinura Kalupahana fell after an excellent innings of 76 runs.
Ranmina on the other side, making sure that his captain is making those runs. He's anchoring the innings well. Is Dhanujaya this time with the sweep. Oh, that was almost, just almost a close call for Dhanujaya. That was inside edge, almost hit the wicket. Oh, that was a close call for Dhanujaya.
That was of the toe end of the bat. The fielder, the slip fielder, fortunately for Dhanujaya, couldn't collect it. Bit of a reprieve for the captain there. Tharindra Nirmal trying to force the Mahinda captain onto the back foot here. Trying to get one of those edges into play. Manager trying to use his feet there, but in the Nirmal saw it coming. That's the end of the 40th. Mahinda 179 for 2. Yuri Kottigode for his third spell of the 118th Mahinda-Richmond Lovers Quarrel. Operating from the 410 this time, as he has been for the last couple of spells as well. That's been his preferred end. Hasn't had much success. Already gone for 31 runs of his 6 overs. Bowling to Run Minahetiarachi, the left-hander. He brings out the sweep. Big appeal, and the umpire gives it. Close call it seemed like. And the Richmondites have their third. Yuri Kottigode delivering on the very first ball of his spell after lunch.
That was quite interesting. It was from the around of the wicket to the left-hander, and I think it barely made it into the line, and whatever, Richmondites got their wicket, and that's what matters. Now the energy will be changing in the field. Now Mahinda College will be feeling some pressure into them, but however, Richmondites are now making some comeback. They took the wicket of Run Mina, who has been struggling to get runs, and Yuri Kottigode is the person who took it. He has been spent for some runs by the who has been the top Kalupahana, the batsman, but this time Yuri Kottigode delivers after the lunch. Now there's the wicket, as we could see. It's a LBW given by the umpire. It's a really a real close call right there. Well, now Richmondites got another wicket. Now they they want to make sure they build up on it, put those pressure balls and make ball on those great lines and lengths, and get the next wicket. Make sure that they get the wickets, and making sure that Mahinda College won't be playing as much shot as they would like to. That's what's a wonderful shot by Hirunagalage, but into the field collects it. Only a single. A wonderful cover drive. That timing was just perfect, but not the placement.
Kottigode floating that one up there for Hirunagalage. Couldn't find the gap that time, but we know that he can. He's got the power, but he's also got the technique. This time he brings out the sweep and he has placed it between the two fielders, but it doesn't look like it's got the legs. But this is excellent running by the Mahindans. They sneak a couple of runs.
Now that's something that we want to see. If you are not able to get the shots in, if you are not able to get those shots, big shots out, just play those normal shots and get the run board ticking with those ones and single doubles. That will also put the pressure on the Richmond side. Oh, walking on the pitch, not able to get it into the gap. Danujaya now on 46, and that's the end of the first 41st over. Mahinda College 182 for 3.
From the pavilion end, Danuja Induvara, Mahinda captain, on 46 of 53. He'll be looking to deliver the Mahindian second half century of this evening. Just outside of the line, and Danuja lets that one go.
That was good bowling by Malsha, just using those cracks to get those spins out of the pitch. Hirunagalage trying to get over the strike. Is not able to. Now this is what Dites have to do. Making sure that one man stays for one over. Making sure that pressure gets into them. That pushing them right into them. Here's Malsha. This time a bit more flighted, and again Hirunagalage is not able to get off the strike. This could play in his mind. You doesn't want to be on the strike for a spinners for like more than an over. That could play in your mind. Good bowling this time, much straighter by Malsha.
Malsha Tarupati, we know he has the wrong un in his arsenal. It's just a matter of time when he decides to bring it out against these two batsmen. Hirunagal again, a bit of a sticky situation, not really able to get off the mark, which is what he would like to do at this early stage of his innings, to compose himself, get his eye in. Bowling from Malsha Tarupati. A maiden over from Malsha Tarupati. End of the 42nd, Mahinda College 182 for 3. Tigoda continuing from the fourth end. This time, Danuja Induvara brings out the off drive, coming down the pitch, but straight to the fielder. They take one off that ball. And Hirunagalage is back on strike. This is his opportunity against the young Yuri Kottigoda to maybe get off strike, rotate the strike, take pressure off him and his captain as well.
That one was a bit of a hassle from Hirunagalage. He tried and he thought of going down the pitch, but then decided not, because that flight was given by Yuri on that one. This time again flight this one straight to the fielder.
This is what Hiruna is good at. He has got the power, but he's also got the awareness of when to use it. He doesn't just swing at everything that comes his way. He's got the awareness, the knowledge of when he needs to go big and when he needs to stay put. That's what makes him so good for Mahinda College. Malsha Tarupati is back for the 44th over. He's got 1 wicket. That of Pramesh Madhubhashana. This time, Danuja Indura places it between the two fielders. Will they come back for a second? Yes, they will. Hiruna calls for the second, and that is the half century, I believe, for the Mahinda captain. A real captain's innings that anchored this Mahinda first innings. A responsible innings from the Mahinda skipper to the elation of the Mahinda crowd.
That was good running between the wickets as well from Dhanujaya. He wanted the second and he went for it. And really thoughts from Dhanujaya, not really celebrating his 50 because he knows he got much to do. Now he got the license. He need to go after those boundaries. He need to go after those loose balls. Now he will make those runs come bleeding out of the bowlers of Richmondites.
At the toss, when we asked Danuja to describe his team, he said it is a real balanced team. Everyone knows their responsibility. And that really has been exemplified by this Mahinda innings. Both the captain and vice captain have led from the front with half centuries, and Mahinda are only 7 runs short of their double century.
So Danu, I think that maybe at 230 or 240, Mahinda College should decline and then give it the bat to the Richmondites. Then we can have like a more for balanced match as well. What do you think?
Well, it's a real possibility, but of course it's up to the Mahindans to decide what a good first innings score here would be. As we saw this morning, it's not that much of a turning pitch as you would expect here in Galle. The rain that we've had in the past few weeks made it so that the pitch is a bit harder than it is usually. So as we have seen, it's very difficult for the spinners to get anything out of the surface, and the Mahindans have made sure that they haven't left a ball go unpunished.
Yes, that's true. But another factor will play in this game is the time, because it's only a 2-day match and you got 4 innings to go. That 4 innings take a lot of time, so maybe Dhanujay should think of declaring after 250 maybe. And that's the end of the 44th over. Mahinda College 196 for 3.
Back for his 3rd over after lunch. Already got 1 wicket, that of Ranmina Hetiarachi. The only one to fall for Mahinda this after lunch.
Sweep out by Dhanujay, but only a single this time. Dhanujay is now on his attacking mindset. He's going to attack every single ball if he could. Hirunagalage on strike. Also an explosive player, I should say. If he sees any bad ball, he will put them away. Yuri have to stick to his good line and length. Yes, Yuri. A good ball from this time, just making sure that Hirunagalage is not able to put those balls away. Straighter as well. Yes, Yuri. A wide arm action up in the air. Oh, into the gap. That man had no chance at it. And that is the boundary. That's a 4 for Mahinda-Richmond.
Excellent late cut from Hirunagalage. He's finding his shoes. That is 2nd boundary. And this, as we know, is what he does best. Puts away the bad balls and makes sure that the Mahinda scoreboard is ticking over. He is behind many of the victories. Many of the victories that Mahinda have had over this season, and that also brings out the 200 for the Mahindans. Here's a chance for Richmond. Bit slow in the field, allows Dhanujay, the captain, to get back into his crease. That was a bit careless. Just getting out of his crease a bit prematurely. There was no single there. He was sent back by Hiruna. Again, trying to pierce those fielders. Couldn't quite do it that time.
Well, good afternoon to all our viewers watching us and joining us from wherever you are as the post-lunch session progresses. Danuja is on 54. Hiruna, the new batsman, is on 12. As his counterpart, Karinda, is operating from the far end, the media box end, to his opponent skipper, Danuja. He is on 55. He's slowly but steadily getting into terms and making some inroads into a long innings. That is what, as a player, as the skipper, if you can make some big runs, that was very evident from the word go as he came down towards the middle. That has been neatly swept away again through to backward square leg. There is fielder, two boundary riders on the onside, one towards front of square leg and the other one is patrolling down that. The backward square leg, fine leg is in, square leg, mid wicket is there, long on is there, and again clipped off on the onside towards that same fielder. He's operating towards that middle and leg line, which does not, I believe, poses any sort of threat. It is easy pickings as far as these two batsmen are concerned, because both these being right-handers, the ball is spinning into him, he's just about clipping it on the onside, like that again. So he needs to stray a little offside, Tarinder. He's into his 8th over. So this session is very, very important as far as both those schools are in concern, because it is this session, the post-lunch session, the afternoon session, tends to wear the teams down because the sun is beating down. It is about 2 p.m. now. He does not want to give that ball a little air on this occasion. Completes the over number 46. Mahinda is on 204 for 3. He's sitting pretty. They have about 44 overs remaining of the day's play. If we get to bowl all the allocated quarter remaining, well, the crowd is slowly but steadily getting in, filled up. There's a lot of schoolboys cheering to their respective schools, flattering their flags. Mahinda College, Richmond College, as rich with heritage. A lot of colorful crowds as well. Colorful tents. Both the boys' tents looking pretty packed. And there are some other tents as well. And some music is going on in both sides of the ground, and some fireworks as well as soon as the batsman passes the milestone. Welcome back, Koshada.
Welcome back, Yuzuru. After the lunch break, Danuja and Hiruna slowly but steadily settled down in the middle. 204 for 3. Just lost 1 wicket after the lunch break. And since then, Hiruna and Danuja have been able to consolidate themselves out in the middle and rebuild this Mahinda College innings from where they left by the lunch break. Right, so Sharon is back with the ball. He picked up that wicket after the lunch break. 21 runs given away in his 4 overs, and he's back with the ball in hand. 46 overs done, 204 for 3. Danuja once again, the intentions coming down the track, trying to open up the wicket, trying to create his own space. There's obviously a lot of gaps towards the offside of the field. He's just trying to create that space outside the off stump. Swept away. There is a fielder. A good bit of fielding once again. A couple of runs there for Danuja. Danuja has been sweeping the ball really well right from the start. That is one key thing that you need to work on, especially when it comes to playing against the spinners. You have to have a good, effective sweep. That's a very effective way to score against the spinners. And so far, what we have seen from Danuja is he's been able to execute that shot really, really well to get those boundaries and those couples as well.
Well, looking at the way Danuja bats, as you correctly said, especially when you're batting in subcontinent pitches, in the likes of Galle, especially, is renowned for its trajectories of the amount of spin that it extracts from this deck. Spin is something that you need to have in your armory. There is fine leg. Fine leg is in the circle. It's been played it straight towards him. Either side of him would have earned him some more runs. Might be a boundary because this outfield is fast. It is quite dry out there. Quite hot. There is a lot of wind blowing right across the ground. That might help the spinners and that might help the players as well out there, because there is a lot of sweat, and you need a lot of liquids to survive. These are schoolboy cricketers. Alright, they're playing school season, but this is different. You're playing in front of a fairly large crowd. There's a lot of expectation. Came down the track and neatly played it back towards long on. It's a very defensive field as far as Richmond College is concerned. Mahinda College is rollicking along. 209 for 3, almost 47 overs old. The ball, 47 overs to be exact. Sharon completes his 5th over. Has conceded 26 runs, has taken 1 wicket. So as far as the bowling, the over rate is concerned, they have about another 3.5 hours of play remaining. So there's no problem with the over rate, especially when spinners are in operation. You tend to pull off a little more in terms of the number of overs that you bowl. Sometimes as batsmen, you don't, the number of overs goes under the radar that you don't know. Suddenly, quite a lot of overs have been conceded. But these two batsmen, to the advantage of Mahinda College, managed to get on with it, especially in the likes of Danuja. This time again, he's just trying to walk into that delivery. That's a good attribute of that shows you the confidence of this man, Danuja. He does not seems to have any challenge in terms of the way that he bats. Played it back to the bowler. Now the Tharinder, his counterpart, is in operation. Hiruna, the new batsman, is on 14 from 24. If you take the run rate fairly, they are scoring somewhere in the round of 4.25 to 4.3, which is a very good run rate as far as a test cricket or a 2-day game is concerned. There is mid wicket, extra cover, long on and long off is placed, wide open spaces to the square of your wicket on the offside. There is a solitary field on the onside to the square of the wicket in the circle. That has been on the back foot, played it towards the deep mid wicket fielder. There's a man patrolling the deep mid wicket boundary. So it's quite evident that the feet movements is quick to get on to the back foot, lash on to those deliveries just short of a length. These are very good attributes of good batsmen when they're playing against the spin. Oshada was speaking about the way Danuja was sweeping the ball. He's taking it outside the off stump. He's sweeping it through to that long leg region to the square leg region. It's very difficult when you're being swept for you to set the field to the batsman. That was once my memory runs down the memory lane where Brian Charles Lara was facing Mutai Muralidharan. He used to sweep Muralidharan a lot, and Muralidharan once said that it was one of those most irritating shots as far as
session of play. Oh, that's a good looking shot. That's up in there. It's not timed up to the perfection. And it won't reach the boundary as well. But a safe shot, considering that the fielder was up in the circle. He was trying to go for a big shot, Danuja. Big shot down the ground. He came down the track to get to the pitch of the delivery, but it was not timed up to the perfection. It just went high. Not the distance, but the elevation. And once again, coming down the track, but straight to the hands of the fielder. The Danuja is trying to attack, trying to play some few shots against Sharon at the moment, but missed opportunities on both times. 63 off 74. He was very aggressive when he came out to bat. The first delivery he faced went out of the park, and he was very quick in terms of collecting those runs. But the last few overs have been quite sedate for Mahinda College, as the spinners put on some resistance for Richmond. And the spinners have been able to control the run flow. But so the pressure is certainly on Danuja at the moment, considering how he played, especially when he came out to bat. Now he has been constrained a bit. So he's just trying to break the shackles, try to get some quick runs. And that is, I think, what we're seeing at the moment. Danuja trying to get to the pitch of the delivery, trying to come down the track, trying to get to the pitch. And gets a single that time, 64 for him. And Hiruna, 14 of 27. Now these two batters, they need to focus on batting this session of play. And then maybe if they're bold enough, They could go for a declaration at the third session. But that time it's through the gap once again, and it reaches the boundary. It's a very fast outfield here at Goal International Stadium, and that was just pure timing. It was more of a touch from Hiruna, but that was right through the gap. The placement was the key for that shot from Hiruna, and he gets a boundary. These are important runs for Mahinda College. 217 now, and at the end of the over number 49. 217 for 3.
Well, what happened on that occasion, Oshada? There was no spin. He was looking for that spin outside the off stump, spinning into him. As soon as there is no spin, batsman was quick to read that and lash on towards the back foot and finds the gap on the offside. So that is one of those significant attributes of this innings. Be it Hiruna, be it Danuja. So they seems to find those gaps in the field. They seems to place those shots, bisecting those gaps. It's been a standout feature of this innings. So what Mahinda College would be eyeing at is to bat out Richmondites. Richmondites out of the match, and that has been deposited over extra cover as we speak. Well, the intentions are very clear as far as Danuja is concerned. He's leading his troops and he's marching along. That's been picked off on the extra cover. As soon as you hit over that infielder, there's a man who's patrolling that boundary a little too wider down towards the long off. There's no chance of him cutting that off. It's a very good placement. Timing is superb. Intention was equally better. He wanted it to hit that over that extra cover fielder. Again, this time came down the track. He's negating if there's any spin on that occasion. So that is what Danuja and Hiruna is doing. They're complementing each other. They've been very good in counter-attack. So what Mahinda College would be eyeing at is to bat out Richmondites from the game. So then they can get about a good first inning score, something in the excess of 300, 320. That would be a very good total when you have to bowl at that fourth innings. So far, they've been rollicking along pretty nicely as far as Mahinda College is concerned. So they need to play out the passages. Maybe 5 over paces. They need to bat out until tea. Then, ideally, like Oshada said, if they can go for a post. Oh, that's a very valiant effort down there at long off boundary. A half stop. I'd say it's a half stop, and the long on fielder went around and stops it. A very good shot and a very good fielding down there at long off boundary. It's good cricket all around. So that is what you need to be doing at the outfield. You need to support your bowlers. You need to create those half chances. You need to stop the ball. You need to put yourself, dive a little and try and see what you can do. And at that last moment, he pulled out of his bowling crease as Tarinder is bowling to his counterpart. He seems to pretty well understood the threat that Danuja possesses. To come at you always. Is someone who's coming at you always. This time, oh boy, what happened there?
Oh, that was a drop chance. Danuja played it straight into the hands of the fielder, and he just took that and just fell out of the bucket. That was a simplest, one of those simplest catches. Well, that's cricket, isn't it?
Absolutely, very unfortunate as far as Richmondites are concerned. Right in and right out. That was a very lucky escape as far as Danuja is concerned. Tarinder would be very disappointed. Would have loved to see his counterparts back in the pavilion. This time a more sedate looking shot after having learned the mistake on the previous delivery. He was always coming at you. I was speaking about getting at the bowling, and there will be a little pause of play as the drinks comes in.
Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul.
Mahinda College 225 for 3. These beautiful pictures brought to you live by the web team of Mahinda College. Just to remind you that this whole production is being done by the students of Mahinda College. So a commendable effort by these students to bring you these live pictures right here from Gaul International Stadium. You don't see that happening around, especially at these times, but yeah, credits goes to Mahinda College for backing these students to bring out these live pictures, live productions. And at the moment, Mahinda College will be the happy camp, considering how things have progressed so far in this 118th Lovers Quarrel 2023. Mahinda College, after being put into bat by Richmond College, are now 225 for the loss of 3 wickets, with Danuj on 71 and Hiruna on 19 of 29 deliveries. Kamidu with the ball in hand, so a change of bowling after the drinks break. As we're seeing a fast bowler after a while now. Bringing back the faster bowlers to maybe sort of break the momentum, because they've been able to play the spin really well so far. Both these batters looked quite comfortable against the spinners. Haven't seen really opportunities or chances being created, except for few of those rash shots by both the batters. But other than that, they've been very, very solid out in the middle. So I think this could be a good move from Tarinder Nirmal to bring back the faster bowlers, trying to break the momentum, trying to pick up a wicket here. They're just 1 or 2 wickets away from coming back into this game. 225 for 3.
Well, if you're a Richmond supporter or a Richmond diet, you would have loved to see a few more wickets going into tea. Would be a refreshing signs. It's a good move, like Yoshida said. You're bringing back your pace spearheads. You only have 2, I believe, in the likes of Kavindu and his opening partner. You need to manage these faster bowlers in these sort of conditions. You don't tend to bowl them much. You give them short spells, short bursts, and try and break the rhythm of the batsman. Try and use a part-timer. You need to manage your bowlers in conditions like this. Very hot. There's a very dry wind being blown across the ground as the flags are fluttering from the right to left in the media box. That is good, just a good move to break the rhythm of the batsman. Now they've been facing spinners for quite a long time. They have quite looked very settled. So bringing back pace and try and do something different. So that is what the doctor orders, you know. You need to try and do something different. See what you can get out of this deck. That's a very good delivery. He seems to have found his rhythm, unlike in the morning. Well, he's coming back for his second or third spell. Kavindu has been given 2 short spells in the morning, if my memory serves me correct. These are some beautiful pictures brought to you by the Web Media Unit, Web Team of Mahinda College, to be precise. As Kavindu again watchfully played back to the bowler. Hiruna is the more circumspective batsman out of these two. I would love to see how Danuja goes about his business with the paceman. Love to see that. As I spoke about these lovely pictures being brought to you by the Web Team of Mahinda College. This production, I would say, is almost close to a very good standard production. They've been using 7 cameras, and that has been played back towards mid-over. There's no run. They've been using 7 cameras, 2 or 3 drones out there, and they're is a proud mementos and rich with heritage. As Tarinder starts another over. He himself is operating from the far end, from the media box end, as his paceman Kavindu. He's been given the responsibilities to come and bowl from the fourth end. So that could be something to do with the spin as well. The wind and the amount of spin and the way their stock bowls works, or could work in the favor of you if you employ them to the perfection. Well, the runs have been dried out a little now. That's a very good result as far as Richmondites are concerned. You need to put the pressure back to the Mahinda College cricketers. And as we speak, was that a chance? That's been clipped off towards the backward square leg and went off for a boundary. For a split of a second, I thought that the square leg fielder is in business. But it went over the head of the backward square leg fielder who's patrolling in the 30-yard circle and went squeezing away towards the boundary. It's a very fast outfield here at Galle International Cricket Stadium. As far as correction, as soon as you pass the infield, there are runs on offering. And it's been quite a spectacle so far. As we see the pictures of the Mahinda dressing room. That again comes down the track. Hiruna this time. Both the batsmen seems to have a note from the same textbook as they're trying to come out of the track to the spinners. Sweep. There is long leg. That has been neatly swept away towards long leg. And that completes the over number 52. 232 for 3 Mahinda College.
Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality...
Changed. So Danuj on 72 and Hirun on 24 at the moment. And Kavindu to continue. Kavindu Nirmana from the Fort End, where he started off the proceedings in the morning. Now the good thing about Kavindu and his bowling, especially in this particular spell, is the fact that he has bowled into the wicket and he has forced both the batters to play the ball. And he hasn't allowed any of these batters to just let that ball go, to bowl wide outside the off stump. He's been very accurate. He's bowling stump to stumps, wicket to wicket, making the batter play at it. And that's the only way you can make opportunities in a situation like this. 232 for the loss of 3 wickets. You need the batters to play your deliveries. And that's how you force the batters to do a mistake. When nothing's happening around you, when nothing's happening to assist your cause, what you have to do is you have to force the batter to do some mistakes. And to do that, you have to force him to bat, force him to play with the bat, force him to play some strokes as well. That was once again a good delivery from Kavindu. Inside edge coming into play. Richmondites right from the morning. Well, they had a few chances, especially when Malsha Tharupati was bowling. There were quite a few opportunities that went missing. Not opportunities, I would say most of them were half chances. But then again, in a situation like this, in a match like this, you need to hang on to those half chances and got to make the most out of it. Short pitch delivery. Not much pace on offer now here at Galle International Stadium. That is obviously what we could expect from the Galle International Stadium once the day goes on. the pitch will become slow and it starts to turn, and we've seen spinners getting some purchase out of the conditions, but still we haven't seen that much of a spin. But it's been some good line and length bowling from the Richmondite bowlers, especially the last few overs. The runs have dried up a bit, but we haven't seen that much of spin so far in this match, and we can expect some turn later in the day, maybe in the third session and maybe tomorrow as well. So okay, there's some an actual quarrels going on at the moment out in the middle. Hopefully that won't last long. These are old brothers, and the umpires coming in to mediate.
As Kavidu runs in and bowls this time again, very watchfully and respectfully played it back to the bowler. That completes the over number 53. Well, there were some effort bowls in that over. Kavindu has to be given credit to come and bowl in this passage of play, because it is not easy. It is never easy to come back, steam in and bowl those bouncers. We saw him bowling one, a very sort of sedate looking bouncer, but still it's a very lethal delivery when it is executed, even though it is not frequently possible for the fast bowlers in these conditions. It takes a lot of toll out of you, takes a lot of that is what you call an effort bowl. So now and again, you need to try and bowl that, try and dismantle the focus of the batsman, as Tarinder is into a very long, very long spell, as Hiruna came down the track, lofted it over long mid-on, just as bounces towards a long on fielder. Very fortunate on that occasion for a very split of a second. I thought it was going down to the throat of the man who's fielding at long on. I thought the batsman would have thought the same, but luckily it just bounced in front of the long on fieldsman. It was coming at us, but just bounced in front of us. And well, is that this period of time that you need to be a little more cautious, as a little lapse in concentrations like that can lose your wicket, and cause a little dent in those partnerships, and suddenly you'll find yourselves 6 or 7 wickets down very quickly. So you need to make sure that you capitalize on the start that you have acquired thanks to Dinura Kalupahana's great efforts up front. He was putting all the pressure back to Richmondites early in the day, and Danuja is building up on that platform, as that has been clipped off through extra cover. Is it 4 or 6? 4, one bounce into the ropes. Beautiful shot that is. He saw that it was just a little overpitched. A flightish delivery on the off stump. Hirona says, thank you very much. I'm going to deposit that to extra cover boundary. That's another boundary. these two batsmen, Hirunagalage and Danuja Jayavira, is taking the attack to the Richmondites back again. This is good cricket all round. Swept it away, and that has been taken. What a catch! That has been taken. That is the wicket that they were looking for. Hirunagalage departs. What a catch down there at the square leg fielder. He was diving all stretched to his right and take a magnificent catch to see the back of Hirunagalage Oshada.
Well, this is just what they required now. Richmond College, they've been up in their feet in terms of fielding, and this finally paying off all those wonderful efforts in the field, and a valiant effort from the.
Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch Hikkaduwa. Hotline 07.
Right, is fielding at that square leg position. That was swept hard. That was swept very hard, but went in there. That was the thing. He could not keep that down. He was playing with that same mindset as he deposited the previous ball over extra cover. He wanted to play that, I believe, over the head of that square leg fielder. It was a little too fuller as he swept. That went towards the right side, a little too flatter towards that square leg fielder. And that's a very welcome breakthrough as far as Richmondites are concerned. So the match is again equally poised. 239 for 4. That would be a great thing if Richmondites can take another 2 or 3 wickets going into tea, Oshada.
Definitely the captain, Tarinder Nirmal, opting to go with himself to bowl these last few overs in a stretch, and he gets the wicket. Has been a wonderful last few overs from the spinners, and especially the ploy to use Kavindu Nirmana at the from the fourth end has worked really well, because he's certainly imposing pressure on both the batters, and that pressure was released on Tarinder's over as he went for a boundary. But he once again forced the batter to do a mistake, and that's what the pressure does to a batter. And the credits should go to both the bowlers, Tarinder and of course Kavindu as well, because Kavindu created that pressure by bowling in really good areas, and there was this bit of a confusion as well. And then the results came out in the very next over, Tarinder's over. So it's a brilliant effort. These last few overs have been really good from Richmond College in terms of putting on the pressure on Mahinda College. Just 2-3 overs, and that execution has been really good. So is as you correctly mentioned, is just 1 or 2 wickets away from getting that advantage of this session, Richmond College. Still a good score on the board for Mahinda College, but they wouldn't fancy anything around 300, above 300 to anything above 300 to get this advantage of the first innings. And Kavindu just continuing to bowl in good areas. He's bowling in a line and length where the batters cannot actually leave the ball. He was forced to bat, to get the bat involved and to present the bat. It's been good, as I mentioned earlier, it's been a good last 3 to 4 overs from Richmond College side in terms of putting the pressure on Mahinda College. Now a new batter in, Harin. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that catch was taken by Bhanuka Manohara, who is the former captain of Richmond College, if I'm not mistaken, because I saw a familiar face in the field, and I think it's Bhanuka Manohara. We'll have to confirm that. A slip in position for Kavindu now. This is good attacking field. Trying to get into the mind of this new batter, trying to impose some pressure on him. Good thinking by Tarinder Nirmal. Might feel like they're back in this game, and that is really good on the part of Richmond College.
Well, very good cricket from Tarinder. I think Tarinder, rather, the Richmond captain, is getting in to the minds of the batsmen. He's letting the batsman know that I'm going to bowl you just outside the off stump. That is why the slip is being brought back. And now he's been brought out from that position as Kavindu runs in round the wicket. It's a little wideish towards the offside. There's back offside field. But if he finds the gap through that vacant extra cover region, there's always runs for you to offer. There's deep third man, back foot point, extra cover fielder is now just positioned mid off. That's again a good delivery just outside the leg stump as the new batsman Harin clips that off towards backward square leg and collects a single. So that completes the over number 55, isn't it? And as we come back, there'll be a change of voices. The commentary will be continued by two of the schoolboys from Mahinda College as we come back.
And then Wandika, the captain of the Richmond side, is back into the attack after taking that wicket. And Mahinda College is cruising along as really well as well. They are on 241 for 4 wickets only. Harin is the new batsman in. The left-hander just making sure that things go on, and Danjay getting to his century. Harin is making sure and carrying this innings. He will keep on batting for how much long as it would take for Danjay to get to his 100. So far 4 dots from the Tarinder's over. Again the same places straight as well this time.
Well, of course, Hirojo has been operating on that disciplined line and length just outside the off stump as we speak. That has been glided towards mid-wicket region and collects another single, and with that it completes the over number 56. Danuja is on 74. Harin is just on 2 from 10 deliveries. Harinda has bowled 13 overs, has conceded 46 runs and has taken 1 wicket.
The left-hander carving a full toss, just not able to get the full of it. A dot. Harin will play these balls really closely. He doesn't want to play his shots early on the innings. He will try to see what the pitch is about. He will like to play with the pitch a little bit, then get into his playing style, which opening up the face of the bat. Oh, that one was really close. Almost hit the stumps. Harin got castled by that one.
Well, he's the new batsman out of those two, so the feet is not moving. As Kamidu has correctly understood that, we need to attack the new batsman. So this right-hand, left-hand combination is also something the bowlers needs to be mindful of. Danuja is the more extravagant out of these two. Harin, being the new batsman, is quietly very understood. Him being very sedative, very sedate, very watchful, as his feet is yet to move swiftly. That was a little short of a length delivery. It's a very quick single, very good running. That is what you need to do. When you are you are in the process of getting your eye in, you need to tap here and there and take that quick single. So that is what you need to do. This is good cricket from the part of Mahinda College. And these Richmondites can't let it happen. You can't let loose the batsman. You can't allow those easy singles inside the circle, because we see, as we speak, we see all the fielders who are fielding inside the circle, inside the 30-yard circle. We'll come back to that. That's a good delivery, effort delivery. Effort delivery, I would say. Every now and then, that has been called as a no ball, isn't it? Is that a no ball? Or umpire was signaling something else. One above the shoulder, that is. Well, the umpire was stretching his arms. I thought for a split of a second that he was signaling that as a no ball, but he was trying to say that is one above the shoulder, mate. You need to be careful when you're bowling the next one. Alright, Kamidu runs in and bowls again. This time left it alone. A very good line and length. That is very inviting line and length, just outside the off stump on the good length. Asking the batsman, the skipper of the opposition, if you want me to hit down the offside, there's back offside field, point extra cover, mid-off, wide mid-off, and sort of extra cover and mid-off. There is a gap in between the infield through extra cover, but there's a boundary right as well.
Well, he is again left off by Danuja, the skipper of the Mahinda College side. Danuja is trying to attack with those balls, going for that good lines, good lengths, just making sure that he get those dot balls into the action.
Welcome to Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa. Hotline 076 992 8899. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital. It's in good hands.
Harinder Nirmal, the Richmond skipper, continuing from the pavilion end to Harin Achinta, the Mahinda keeper, who is the new batsman. As you said, Hiruja, Richmond have been much more disciplined in the second half of the day, after lunch particularly. They've held the Mahinda batsmen to tight lines and lengths, which was something that we didn't really see either from the spinners or the fast bowlers. They were bowling it all over the park and hoping for the best, and the Mahinda batsmen were in the prime position to capitalize on that and dispatch all those bad deliveries.
Well, this is what you have to do when the new batsman in capitalize on him. Put your most opinions on him. Get those good balls bowled to him, because the said batsman will play on any of those conditions, but the new batsman is more of a struggle trying to play these. Now you need to capitalize on him to get the wickets. Oh, this time bowled the straight one. That was the arm ball by Harinder Nirmal, and perfectly, like I just said, capitalize on the new batsman and bowl those pressure deliveries, and that's what you get. That was bowled straight, and Harin is not able to see what was going on. He got castled by that one. That was just wonderful bowling by the Harinder Nirmal, the captain of the Richmond side. Take a look at that.
Yeah, that was the one that goes on with the arm. Harin Achinta. Mahinda lose their fifth. Harin Achinta, 3 of 17.
Harinder Nirmal is doing the job for the Richmond Knights. After the lunch, he now have 2 breakthroughs. Now what you going to do? But Mahinda College is also on 143. They got plenty of runs in their bank as well. Harinder Nirmal and the Richmond Knights have to get more wickets real quickly before Mahinda College pass that 275 mark.
Tarusha Dilshan is the new batsman in for Mahinda. Session after lunch. Let's see what they can do. Harinder Nirmal, the Richmond skipper, has the ball in hand. A slip and a silly mid-on already in place for the new batsman Tarusha Dilshan. Full and straight, that's the way to go for a new batsman. Get them coming forward. And then unleash that special delivery you've got in. Whether it's one that goes straight on or spins the other way. Whatever you have. And that's the end of the 58th over by Harinder Nirmal, the Richmond skipper, Mahinda College, to 43 for 5.
Here's Kavindu. First ball right up there for Dhananjaya. He's trying to bowl that Yorker for Dhananjaya. And he has been bowling those full lines. A good ball as well this time.
Richmond College bringing in their paces to try something different. They've already got 3 wickets with spin, but it hasn't affected the Mahinda captain Dhananjaya into around 74, steadfast at the crease. This time Kavindu Nirmana goes short, and umpire signals that's 1 for the over.
Well, the crowd is now filled up at at the Royal International Stadium. It's a full house and it's a full party here at the Lovers Quarrel. 180th encounter between these two sides. And so far, Mahinda College is on top with 243 runs on the board. Kavindu Nirmana for his third delivery. This time, oh, that was a close call. Dhananjaya got puzzled with that one. He was confused, but where it was going, it was showing like the same person was showing it was going to be an outswinger, but it came back in angles away from and went for the leg side bowler.
Dhananjaya showing little signs of frustration. He hasn't been able to get off that 74 run mark. I'm sure he's searching for that century. This time he cuts away well, and it beats the fielder for a boundary. That is well struck by the Mahinda captain. Another 4 runs. He moves to 78.
Placed it perfectly square and capitalized on the timing as well, just perfect. Now Dhananjaya on 78, he's getting closer to that his century. He's just trying to get those runs sneaking in. That was a loose delivery that was going away from the batsman. It was more wider than Kavindu would have liked, and that has been punished by Dhananjaya, the captain of Mahinda College side. Now he is Kavindu. This time straight up back into the bowler's hands. A dot ball to finish off the over. Mahinda College is 147 to 5.
That was a wide delivery, so that won't be the end of the over. That was well wide off the leg stump there. And that's already the second for the over as well. Kavindu Nirmana really digging into the pitch not giving him anything to work with. The one that he got to swing away from the batsman was dispatched for 4. I'm sure that'll be very frustrating for him. This time he's on the mark, and that's the end of the 59th. Mahinda College to 48 for 5.
Attack to the new batsman Tarsha. What can he do special? Good bowling, staying with those off spinners, using that wide arm action of his just to keep that pressure building onto Tarusha's mind.
That time, much more straight arm action from the Richmond skipper. He's really been bowling wicket to wicket during this spell. Already picked up 2 wickets. Leading from the front is the skipper. Already 3 dot balls is over. Tarusha Dilshan still not able to get off the mark. He's faced 5 deliveries already. Once again, changing up his lines, but still keeping that length and making the batsman play at it. That's what they need to do. They've got that fielder under the lid here and a slip as well, trying to get those edges into play. Full and straight once again. Mahinda Nirmal, the Richmond skipper, not giving anything for the new batsman. Change of angles here. Right arm over for the Richmond skipper. Once again, the same result. That's a maiden over. End of the 60th. Mahinda College to 48 for 5.
Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa. Hotline 076 992 8899. Bawo.
Trying to again into the attack. This time is straight as and quick. Kandi is bowling to Dhanujaya. Dhanujaya on 78 and Mahinda College short of 2 runs for their 250 in the 60th over.
Mahinda just short of 2 of their 250 and Dhanujaya just short 12 for his century, so you can understand the cautious approach here. That was beautifully placed, but the fielder did get to it in time. Dhanujaya, he's got the right idea, just use the pace of the bowler to guide it away, guide it into one of those grabs. Mahinda Nirmana, a stocky build fast bowler, has a really powerful release, and he's really digging the ball into the surface, not getting much from the surface. As you know from the Gaul International Stadium, not exactly a fast bowler's paradise, as you would say. This time it's right onto the pads and Dhanujaya guides it away into the gap for another boundary, and that brings up the Mahinda 250 and moves Dhanujaya on to 82.
Dhanujaya has now faced 100 deliveries and he's on 82. That was just wonderful batting by Dhanujaya. He saw it coming straight and Mahinda doesn't have to do it. He's having a heavy offside, and if you bowl to pads, that will go to the boundary. Anything when you have a heavy offside attack fielding, anything you bowl to the pads will go to the boundary.
Mahinda Nirmana not bowling for his field, as he said. He got the punishment this time. Dhanujaya played it between the fielders. A misfield, I love another boundary. 2 consecutive boundaries for the Mahinda skipper. Moves him on to 86. Just 14 short of his century. Will we see another century at this year's Lovers Quarrel? That's what's on everyone's mind, and Danuja Induara is the closest to accomplishing it right now.
The flags are waving high in the Mahinda College stand. They are cheering their mother Mahinda's name, and they are on top really well again. Khandu Nirmal this time using that short ball, white called by the umpire. That was too short. A white called by the umpire, and that's also a one for the over as well. Khavindu, that two boundaries is playing on his mind. He's not able to bowl his good lengths. He has forced to go for those short balls and the back of the length deliveries. He will try something different.
Well, Richmond College have got a very offside heavy fielding unit at the moment, so just bowl there. That's a perfect delivery for that field. That's all you've got to do as a fast bowler, and not look for too much. When you look for too much, that's what happens. You stray away from your lines and lengths, and when you have Danuja Induara facing you at the other end, you get punished, just like he did in the previous two deliveries.
Yes, like Tarun said, just bowl your back of the length deliveries. Don't go for that wide-ish balls. They will get punished by these kind of top-class batsmen. Again, that's where you should bowl. Bowl that line, and you doesn't have to get those frustrating moments when batsmen play those kind of shots. And that's end of the 61st over, and Mahinda College is 257 for.
Mahinda Nirmal, continuing from the pavilion end. This time Tarusha plays a beautiful cover drive, pierces the field and finds its way to the boundary. What a way to get off the mark.
Earlier the innings, Tarusha was also facing Tarinda, which on those overs, Tarinda was bowling more into the line and into the pitch, trying bowling those straighter ones. This time, Tarinda tries to do something different, and Tarusha punishes this one. That's a wonderful shot for the boundary. Tarinda from the pavilion end has struck twice in this innings. Oof, that was much better. Bowling straighter, bowling for his field, and those kind of deliveries don't get punished because of the field you got. Just bowl to your field and Tarinda will be okay.
Another good delivery from the Richmond skipper. Like you said, Hiruja, that's what Richmond needs to be doing. They haven't got the luxury of trying different things when your opponent is already 261 runs in front of you. This time shorter. There's a little misfield, but the Mahinda batsmen don't take the single there. Tarusha trying to cut it away behind backward point, but the fielder got to it in time, saved what would have been a certain boundary there. This time much better from Mahinda Nirmal, the Richmond skipper, getting the batsman on the front foot, bowling wicket to wicket. That's what you need to do.
That's what you got to do. Bowl those dot deliveries, bowl to your field, and make sure that batsman is playing on his front foot. Make the batsman play those risky shots, and then you'll get the wicket. Let him get the risk and let him play with that risk. Then you'll get the wicket. End of the over, the 62nd over that is, and Mahinda College is 261 for 5.
VIP viewing experience presented to you by the Old Boys Association of Mahinda College. Malsha Tarupati, the veteran spinner, into the attack, replacing Kavindu Nirmana from the fourth end. Bowling to Danuja Induvara, who's on 86 of 103, searching for the first 100 of the 118th Lovers Quarrel.
This is a good change by Nirmal, because as you saw, the Malsha was getting the spin of the pitch from the forehand, and that was pulled wonderful by Danujaya, and he moves to 90. That was just wonderful pulling. Too short from Malsha, and Danujaya, Punisher said, a wonderful shot to get a boundary.
Malsha Tarupati slightly short, and Danuja Induvara pounces on it. Split the fielders beautifully and pulled away for another boundary. Moves on to 90, the Mahinda captain. This time he cuts it. He pierces the infielders, but there is protection in the deep. Another single added to the Mahinda score. 266 is the score. Danuja on 91. Tarusha Induvara on strike is on 4. Malsha Tarupati, the right arm leg spinner, to Tarusha Dilshan, the left hander. This would be an interesting matchup. That's a beautiful delivery. Beat Tarusha Dilshan completely. I believe that's the wrong one that Malsha Tarupati brought out just there. Beat the batsman completely. That's excellent bowling, showing his experience. The Sri Lankan under-19 player, Malsha Tarupati, once again, much straighter this time. Once again, a beautifully flighted and beautifully pitched delivery to end the 63rd over. Mahinda College to 66 for 5. Day 1 of the 118th Mahinda-Richmond Lovers Quarrel. We will be back with you with the Web Team MCG after the tea break.
Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa. Hotline 076 992 8899. Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. It's in good hands. Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa. Hotline 076 992 8899. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital. Welcome to Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa. Hotline 076 992 8899. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital. It's in Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa. Hotline 076 992 8899. Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa. Hotline 076 992 8899. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital. Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa. Hotline 076 992 8899. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital.
All right, welcome back. As we come back, the play resumes after tea. The left-handed Tharuja is on strike. Dhanuja is on 92. Tharinda is operating from the far end, the media box end, as he cuts that one a little too wide outside the off stump. Tharusha is a very good offside player. If there is any width, if found outside the off stump, is quickly lashing onto it. They short extra cover. Point. Sort of third man. Mid off in the circle. Flighted delivery. Watchfully played back towards the short extra cover fielder. They short leg. And a slip being employed to the new batsman Tharusha. So this is a very important session as far as this match is concerned. This is a 2-day game, mind you. Starting the balls, another one, a flighted delivery, a very inviting sort of a delivery. He was just trying to drive that through towards the extra cover. There is short extra cover fielder that completes the over number 64. The first over is done after the tee. 267 for 5 is yet to open the account.
Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa. Hotline 0.
It is being very feebly heard here. But when you're walking around the ground, when you're there in the ground in those tents, there's a Lovers Quarrel tent as well as a Mahinda College tent right opposite besides the boundary boards. And there have been quite a few drones covering this match. 267 for 5. Dhanuja is on nervous 90s. He should be looking for his 100 for sure. He's the top scorer so far of this match, Dhanuja. He's a fifth-year colorsman, mind you. He's been playing this match from the year 2017. And he should be very accustomed of these proceedings. And as we speak, that's a very good delivery. A flighted on the off stump. Tries to cut that one. He's not cleanly connected. Marsha is watchfully playing. He seems to be more circumspect, Oshada. He's in his nervous 90s.
Yeah, especially, I think he's considering that he's facing Malsha Tharupati, who's been bowling really well. So he's not going to try to take any chances against Malsha because he's a canny bowler with few different variations, as we have seen. And that's the end of the over, maiden. And 65 overs done. It's 267 for the loss of 5 wickets now. Dhanuja and Tharusha. Dhanuja on 92, just 8 runs away from securing a big match century. Yesterday we saw 2 centuries. In the Battle of the Blues, the 144th Battle of the Blues, and now we're just 8 runs away or moments away from seeing another 100 here in the Lovers Quarrel 2023.
Well, of course, as you rightly said, Oshada, what a feat if someone can make it 100 in the big match is something to cherish down the memory lane in the years to come as a cricketer. As a schoolboy cricketer, if you can make it to 3 figures in front of your school crowd, that's a different feeling. That's a very, very warm kind of a feeling, I'd say. A very refreshing one, as Harinder, his counterpart, has taken 2 wickets for 51. He's operating in his 18th over. He's been bowling a long spell as Dhanuja, his opposition mate, is employing at a very good rate in an long inning as well. So this is called good cricket all round. There's wide third man, point, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep square leg. As he bowls this one, tries to bisect the gap, but that short extra cover fielder that passes him, but the mid off fielder came around and cuts it. There is no run. So that, what do you think? He's right in the eye line of the batsman, the left-handed Tarusha. That short extra cover fielder is tempting him to go through that. There is wide open space in that extra cover region. As he swept it around the legs, the deep backward square leg fielder comes around and collects it, throws back, and that adds the first run after the tee, 268 for 5. As I was telling you, this will be the deciding sort of session of this match, as we are still playing 2 days cricket in this Lovers Quarrel. Mind you, you can play 3 days as far as I know. That's again, I will come back to that. That has been neatly swept it around the corner through to that long leg region, and Danuja moves on to 93. And as we have passed 100 occurrences, 100 big matches in this series, which is Lovers Quarrel between Mahinda College goal and Richmond College goal, which has a long story and history, rich in heritage, both these schools, so they can play 3-day match. But I don't know why they still stick on to this 2-day ploy, as that has been pushed back towards the mid-off fielder. There is no run, so after the runs have been a little dried out, and that's a good approach, very attacking sort of rather, from the Richmondites. So if they can dry out some runs, they can make the batsman stranded. They can reap off some result. Who knows, Moshada?
Yeah, Danuja, who's on 93 at the moment, is trying to play it safe, it seems, because this hasn't been his way of scoring runs. Now that is through the gap, looking for the second run. Oh, confusion! And he's gone. I think that is Tarusha, who's been dismissed. Again, the lack of communication. Well, the running between the wickets was perfect between these two pair, and now all of a sudden, Danuja wanted to come back, but Tarusha, well, he was reluctant to come back, and that costed him the wicket. Yeah, I think he did the right thing.
Well, of course, the part of Tarusha, he sacrificed himself because his captain is on 90s. There is a lapse in concentration. That is what it cannot happen when you're not concentrating on what is on hand. Like, there was two to my liking, but Tarusha was a little too late to get out of the screws for that second run. Whereas his captain has no hesitation in coming back. Tarusha was little too reluctant, and he was just yes and no. There's a bit of a yes and no. Finally, I thought it threw to the wrong end, but finally the wicketkeeper manages to throw it back to the bowler and break down the stumps. But if it would have been a proper communication, they are both two. But then Tarusha decided, rightly so, to leave the proper batsman and to walk back to the pavilion. So that makes the way into Chandupa, the new batsman. Danuja is with him. He's on 94, 270 for 6. Well, that was one of those very unfortunate ways to throw your wicket away. Runouts is something that you can get rid of. That is Tarupati again. Little too flighted. He's not afraid to flight the ball in front of Danuja because he's more circumspect now. He's in the nervous 90s. And that has been swept it away. Has that been connected? No. That was not connected. And the score still remains on 270. We are into the 67th over. Danuja is on 94. That's again a good delivery. Just quickens him up. Spin it across the stumps. It's pitches on the middle and off. Middle and leg rather. He was just for a split of a second thought of going back foot and clips it on towards the onside. But this time he does it on the front foot. And a very easy single is there for the offering. Chandupa is facing the music of Tarusha Malpati for the Marsha Tarupati. Correction. Marsha Tarupati, that is the Sri Lankan under-19 cap. That completes the over, I think. I thought there is one delivery left. No, that is the over number 67 done. Marsha has bowled 68 overs. He has bowled his skins out. Has conceded 58. And just took a solitary wicket. And as we speak, another about 23 overs left. And in 13 overs time, Moshada will be having the new ball also. New ball will be due in another 13 overs time. So Tarinda must be looking at their fast bowlers in from about 75 overs to lose them up and to come back at the batsman with the new ball.
Yeah, Danuja moves up to 96 with that single. Tarinda Nirmal bowling his 19th over, 54 for 2 wickets for him at the moment. Danuja on 96 and Chandupa yet to get off the mark. He's on strike now, so a slip and a fielder in position for the new batter. Now, if we look into Tarinda's bowling and how he bowled at the start in his first few spells, he was fast, he was bowling, he was rather firing it in at the batter. But now he has adjusted, he's giving a bit of air and he's bowling with that loop. And I think that is good on the part of Tarinda. He has adjusted accordingly because once you start to bowl fast, you obviously cannot get much spin, and at the same time it becomes easy for the batter because the ball is nicely coming along to the bat and it's just a matter of gliding that ball towards the either sides of the wicket. But when the ball is looping, when you're tossing it up, the batter had
.19th over. That is what happens when you're bowling with confidence. When you do have confidence, you loop it a bit more, you give it a little.
Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa. Hotline 076 992 8899.
But this is the opening that they've been looking for. Already 6 wickets down and 273 runs. That's up in there. Asking the question that time. Nothing there from the umpire. Probably off the pads. Maybe the upper part of the hand. Nothing really interesting from the umpire that time. Mahinda College. Again, firing it in at the batter. Very contrasting sort of bowlers operating from the two ends, except for the fact that one's off spin, other's a leg spinner. But in terms of speed as well, very contrasting, because Mahinda College is just firing it in and Tarunda is tossing it up. That's a good looking shot, but straight into the hands of the fielder. That's nasty. That's nasty, Suru. Was hit straight into the body of the short leg fielder. Just checking if he's all right. I think according to the protocols, according to the standards, medical team should come in to see if there's any concussion or anything. That's the standard. Yeah, there we go. The medical team coming in. Yes. "59 runs given away by Mahinda College. It's been an ordinary day for him in terms of bowling. He had seen better days with the ball. Once again, this time swept away quite comfortably, and it goes all the way for a boundary. So Chandup opens up his account with a boundary. That was once again struck firmly. It was another sweep, and this time it goes all the way for a boundary.
And on that occasion, he struck hard and bisected those fielders. There was deep backward square leg and front of square leg. They're both patrolling the boundary. But that ball was racing across the turf and bisected those two fielders and went over the ropes, across the ropes rather. That's a wonderful shot. He placed it to perfection. He timed it even better. Chandupa opens his account, as he rightly said. Both these batsmen fancy in their sweep shots. That is the way to go when you're playing in the deck-like goal. It tends to spin across, spin it square, we say. As Tarinder starts another over in his long spell, bowling over the wicket, a flighted delivery. Is inviting the skipper Danuja. Mate, there are wide open spaces on the offside through extra cover. If you can pick me over that infielder, there is always runs for you to get. You're 97, 3 runs short of the 100. Come and get that, he says. That's again a flighted delivery, a very watchful, and he's certainly playing for that 100. He's certainly playing that century, the triple figures. He's playing in his mind, Kaushal.
Definitely, I think he was aggressive at the start, and now he has all the rights in the world to play it safe and to get to that century, because he set the momentum. Now punch down the ground. And coming back for the second run. So goes up to 99 now, Danuja. That almost went for a boundary. I thought it went for a boundary, but it was saved by that field at the last moment. So Danuja now on 99. Just one run away, just a single away from securing a big match century in front of this huge crowd. Now the fielders are being all changed as well. Tarinder Nirmal, the skipper, and Danuja, the skipper of Mahinda College, trying to get this century. 99 of 126 deliveries. Can he get to his century now? Tossed up delivery, punch it down the ground, and there we go.
That is the 100 they're looking for. That they were looking for. A very sedate looking celebration from the part of the batsman. He knows that the work is yet half done. A very charmed looking celebration by Danuja. A 50th colorsman is taking all the burden on his shoulders. Mahinda College captain, we are seeing some spectators being converged to celebrate and to wish him on his 100th. Mahinda College, there are some fireworks being put on, and Mahinda College boys, then flags are fluttering, and aren't they happy? Their skipper is making a dream 100 on the big match. Whatever it is, if you can make it to that figure in the big match, it's a very valiant effort.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant innings from the skipper Danuja. Right from the start, he was very aggressive, he's very attacking, he was not afraid to go for big shots. Remember, he started off with a 6 when he came out to bat. The very first delivery went out of the park, and since then he's been absolutely flawless in terms of getting those runs, and that's brilliant innings. That's the only way to put it. Danuja 100 of 127, and as you correctly mentioned, it was a very sedate. Oh, again. This time it's a boundary. Chandupa is trying to go for big shots. Now, coming back to what I was telling, that celebration, that was a very sedate, calm celebration, isn't it?
Very senior looking celebration. It does not seem to be overwritten by the score that he's in. He's very attacking, all right. With the way that he bat, we were expecting some explosive celebration, aren't we? But a very sedate looking, very calm and collective, very composed celebration goes on to tell you that my job is not enough. Correction is done yet. There's yet to be done some part of it.
Well, now I think considering the time and the amount of overs remaining in this match, I think now it's time for Mahinda College to be a touch aggressive, I would say, to get to that score of maybe around 320, 340, somewhere around that, and possibly declare this innings and allow Richmond College to bat at least half an hour today.
Well, would be a very sporty declaration if that would have been the case, because the last half an hour of play would be very crucial and very sort of tricky to be out there as openers. You need to And there is again, we saw that fielder in the backward square leg region with the helmet on in the morning as well, and as of now is also employed at the point region, deep backward point with an helmet, as that has been neatly clipped it on the onside by Danuja. Well, as you rightly said, now these two batsmen have the license to go and get some big runs out there. It was 284 for 6. About 20 overs remaining of the day's play. We will get the full amount of the quota remaining for the day. That is 20 overs. We'll be able to pull off that with the way things are looking. It's still a very bright, hot, sunny afternoon, turning out to be a spectacular evening to Mahinda boys.
That's through the gap once again. Won't reach the boundary. Good bit of chasing there by the fielder. Just a couple of runs for Chandupa this time. And I think, well, assuming that I'm the captain of Mahinda College, I would definitely let Richmond College bat within today at least half an hour. I would allow Richmond College batters to try out things here at the Goal International Stadium within today itself, and if Mahinda College can pick up a wicket or two, that would be an amazing bonus for them.
There was a slight hesitation again, and it was not collected at the bowler's end. And now then again, we see a bit of a miscommunication being happened between the batsmen, the skipper and Chandupa this time. Chandupa again sacrifices his wicket for Danuja. Had to run to the danger end. If the bowler would have collected that, that would have been a different story. Now, that is what Mahinda College needs to be mindful of. So they can't lose few wickets in a heap. There's a big appeal, and he's been given.
Yeah, he's been given. I think that was completely unnecessary from Danuja. He was. What was that shot? I think if we can have a look at that, you'll clearly see what Danuja was trying to play. I think it was more of a reverse scoop or something. He was trying to be innovative, trying to be a bit shaky, Danuja. But he has done his job. 101 of 128. He has done his job. I think he can be mighty proud of what he have achieved in this big match. So well played, Danuja. The skipper 101 of 129 as Malsha Tarupati picks up yet another wicket. There we go.
Well, little lapse in concentration, and he's trying to manufacture a shot which is not there. That is what happens, that he's played down the wrong line, that ball was pitching on the off stump. He was trying to pick that field, bisect that field. There's no one in the infield out there at the third man, so he was aiming that tap, but it was little too full. It was the wrong shot selection. Danuja had to sacrifice his wicket. He would have been very disappointed. He should be, because this is the period he could have cut loose. This is the period he could have capitalized. So it's a big wicket from the part of Richmondites. They would have a sigh of relief now, because now they have 7 down. Chandupa, the new man. Shehan, both the other new batsmen in. Chandupa is on 11 from 14. And the senior striker, the more extravagant batsman, the skipper, is now back in the pavilion. 7 down. What would have been 350. Now looking down towards about 320, 325 would be a good first inning score in this deck. If the skipper Danuja is there, it could have been somewhere around 350. But now it is not the story, as that has been again swept.
Oh, it's dropped.
Dropped.
It's dropped again. I think that's the second drop chance that we've seen today. This was rather easy. It was up in there for a very long time and the fielder had plenty of time to settle down under it, but it just once again popped out of his hand at the last moment.
Well, could that be sun on his eyes? Because the way that ball went, and in that eye line of his, it could have been a reflection from the sun, would have had thrashed into his eyes and would have been unsighted for a second. Otherwise, it would have been in ages in the air and went down towards the throat of that fielder. Fairly easy catch. There's no reason that we can see other than the sun broke into his eyes and made him unsighted. Well, anyway, unfortunate this time, Richmondites. Still, the score is on 289. The pendulum is swinging both ways for both schools. Well, for a period of time, it was in the side of Mahinda College, and now it is in the side of Richmond College. Now, one could say it is equally poised as well. 71 overs done, 289 for 7. For a 2-day match, 250 in excess of a score in excess of 250 can be considered as a very good total. Harinder starts another over. He's into a very long spell. Swept again. And the batsman cross over for another single. The score moves on to 290. It's a very hot and humid day. We could feel the pinch as well from here. A lot of well, if we feel the heat this much from here, we do barely get the ACs to. We are in the air conditioned rooms, but it has also been negated in front of this hot and sunny evening.
Oh, that's a good delivery from Tharinder. Once again, that flat trajectory coming into play. And fast delivery from Tharinder Nirmal completely took the batsman by surprise, beating the outside edge that time. Chandupa, who's on 11, who's been a bit aggressive. So Tharinder is, I think he's aware of the fact that Chandupa is trying to go for some big shots here. And once again, a good delivery. Mahinda Nirmal has bowled well so far. 62 runs given away in 20 overs. He has bowled some long spells here, the captain. And picking up 2 wickets as well.
No, if it is, we'll come back to that point. If it is an international match, the bowler would have slide that up. There was a misfield down there at short point region, and that allows the batsman a quick single. I was talking about if this was an international game, if a spinner in the likes of Rangana Herath or someone in the likes of international caliber would have bowled, he would have bowled a little more airy sort of flighted deliveries, inviting the batsman to come out of the screws and go over the top. As we speak, he still came down the track to that flat trajectory delivery. He never minds the batsman. You know what? Bowling flatter does is it takes out any of these chances of you getting anything out of this deck. So this is a 72-year used, 72 over used pitch. So there could be some cracks developed. So these spinners could have extracted that. So now they're focusing on more drying out the runs rather than getting that wicket, because they are more playing into a draw. heat. So it takes a lot out of you. Well, that could be one reason why Harinder is not opted to go with his paceman for quite a while now. But with the new ball, he's due in another 8 overs. He should be looking at bowling those pacemen, try to lose them up, try to warm up them from about 75 overs would be a good ploy.
Definitely, I think once that new ball is available, Harinder Nirmal would opt to go with his faster bowlers and to get this remaining 3 wickets as soon as possible. Look at that speed. Has been called a no ball by the umpire, Malsha Tarupati. That was almost a medium pace delivery by Malsha.
He's made himself a slow right arm fast bowler on that occasion. This time a flighted delivery. Now and again he's mixing it up. Mixing it up is good, but being predictable at one pace on a particular length is like playing into the hands of your opponent.
Definitely, and that is one good thing that we've seen from Praveen Malsha Tarupati. I think mostly it has to do with his experience in national level and in school levels as well. So he's mixing it up. He's not being very predictable. That is good on his part. But the question is has Richmond College, the other bowlers, they use these variations and they use these options against these Mahinda College batters, and that is a real question. That is a real concern for Richmond College at this stage of the game.
Well, of course, that is what you call the experience. Experience tells you, is telling on you on that occasion. He's mixing it up. He's not afraid to flight the ball, especially being a leg spinner. You tend to go for runs, but he's been a little economical comparing to his counterparts. This time he's clipped off on the onside and collects a single. So these are tail-enders. Shehan, I don't think he will carry much batting credentials, but in school level, you should consider your all 11 batsmen to be able to handle the bat, because in school level you never know that even your number 7 batsman would be.
That's through the gap, and it goes all the way for a boundary. Much needed boundaries for Mahinda College at this stage of the game, and 300 up with that boundary. It was short outside the off stump. Chandu latched onto it perfectly and got it right through the gap to get it all the way for a boundary. So 300 up, as you can hear the fireworks being done by Mahinda College fans as they celebrate these 300 runs on the board for the loss of 7 wickets.
Well, these are some very important psychological milestones. 250, 300, comparing, like I said, this is a 2-day game, a school cricket, an encounter between 2 schools, especially a 2-day game, and 300.
And again through the gap. This time it won't reach the boundary, but a couple of runs. This is good cricket all round. Chandupa is now trying to maneuver the ball towards those gaps, and he's doing it perfectly at this stage of the game, and it's good on the part of Mahinda College. Already 300 runs up. Now we mentioned that anything around 300.
Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa. Hotline 076 992 8899. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital.
Tarinder starts another over. This time that has been deposited over the head of long on for a huge six. I was telling that he can handle himself, Shehan, but he can handle very well.
There's no doubt about that. That's a really good shot from Shehan. It was almost like a stand and deliver that time. We didn't move much. Not much in terms of movement. There we go. Just hammered it down the ground. That's just pure power, isn't it? To hammer a ball down the ground like that.
Some long leaves, some long levers. And that is the result. And that, again, he played at the offside. I think it took the inside slice of the bat and trickles down towards mid-wicket.
That was well bowled by Tarinder. He saw the batter coming down the track, so he changed his trajectory. Took the inside edge, lucky for Shehan. Right, so now Chandupa is on strike. 19 of 21.
The man who is patrolling the boundaries is fielding quite like 20 meters in front of the boundary lines. That allows the batsman, if they can hit it over that fielder, just even if it bounces just below, in front of the ropes, that would have been no harm. Because there will be a change in the tactics when the field is brought back very much towards the rope when Shehan is batting.
That's up in there once again, but this time there is a fielder and it goes over his head for another maximum. Shehan gets it over the head of the fielder. That's his second six, and the score goes up to 316. That's the second six of this over. And this time it was he came down the track and got to the pitch of the delivery and played it firmly down the ground. And it goes all the way for a six. For a moment I thought the fielder had a chance, but no, it just went over his head for a six.
Well, the intentions now are very clear, and Shehan has been given the license, the clear advice to go over the top and to take on the bowling. He's taking up to the opposition skipper Tarinder. He's now coming around the wicket. Came down the track again. This time he was beaten, but was he stumped? No.
Yes, that is stumping. And Shehan, that change of angle did the trick for Tarinder. Perfectly executed by the wicketkeeper as well. So that's the wicket that they've been looking for. 8 down now for 316.
That is what you call the one too many. One too many for Shehan. And with that, they're coming off for a declaration, are they? Yes. They're going off for a declaration. That is then the end of the first innings for Mahinda College. A very well composed 316. They are ending at 316 for 8. Shehan a little cameo of 18 from 11 balls, and it was well supported by the Chandupa.
Yeah, it's been a good effort. There we go, being congratulated by their supporters. Mahinda College, after being put into bat earlier today. Remember, Richmond College, they won the toss and they decided to field first, putting Mahinda College into bat, and they responded well. That opening. This first day of the Lovers Quarrel 2023 will be a perfect day for Mahinda College.
Well, absolutely. Now, no doubt, Mahinda College is in front. They are in the driver's seat. 316 declared. They're going off with heads high, and now we'll have 2 overs for the change of the innings, and we'll have about 15-14 overs. That will be a tricky time for the Richmondites openers to come and have a go towards to take up the bowling of Mahinda College. So that is the story up here. 316 for 8. Mahinda College in
Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa. Hotline 076 992 8899. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital. It's in good hands.
Goal International Stadium. Thank you.
Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa. Hotline 076 992 8899. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital. It's in good hands.
check, 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 check.
Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa. Hotline 076 992 8899. Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. It's in good hands.
Innings of the 118th Mahinda-Richmond Lovers Quarrel. Mahinda College declared their innings at
116 to 8 wickets. The innings was magical overs gone by Danujaya, who was the captain of the Mahinda College side, has got his century in the Lovers Quarrel. His first ever Lovers Quarrel, he got the century, 101. A wonderful innings by the Mahinda College side. Now they're into the field. What can they do inside this one?
316 on the board. Top performances by the captain and vice captain, leading from the front. 100 for the captain and a 50 for the vice captain. This morning when we asked the Richmond captain what would be a good score to hold the Mahindians to, he told us it would be around 150, but well, they've gone above it, about twice above it, so let's see what they can do with that total on the board. Richmond College have got some good batsmen in their lineup, so
and well as the Mahinda College, they got some great bowlers in their side as well. They got that pace attack, they got that spin attack. It's going to be a great encounter between these two sides. Mahinda College got their dream score, now they got to hold to it. They need to fight for that upcoming runnings they got inside there.
Shehan Hasaranga, the right arm fast bowler, one of the fastest under 19 bowlers in Sri Lanka, gets the new ball to start the Mahinda attack off.
Well, the crowds are now cheering up. It's the evening. It's a full house here at Galle International Stadium. Everyone is hyped up. The vibes, the moods, the energy out here is just unbelievable. Both sides are cheering for their sides, and Mahinda above all. Now they got to hold on to it. Bhanuka Manohara will be the opening batsman who's going to face their first ball.
Bhanuka Manohara accompanied by Chehan Subasinghe, the Richmond opening pair, at the crease, ready to go. 316 is the mark they need to get to.
Shehan Hasaranga, the right arm fast ball as usual, going to open up the attack for the Mahinda College. Here's Shehan with the first ball of the Richmond side attack. Good bowling. A wide called by the umpire, trying to get that short ball in, but the pitch is on the slowish side and it will use those much more bounce in these kind of situations.
Aggression from the start, but umpire calls too high.
And that will be the first run for the Richmondites in their batting now. Count. Here's Shahan Hasaranga. Good line and length, just keeping it simple, bowling into the right hand, into his body. You can see the vice captain is appreciating his lines and lengths.
That's much better. Back of a length into the left-hander, Chehan, making him play at it. And then start with 3 slips in play, trying to get that outside edge involved. They'll be searching for wickets, no doubt. They want to make sure that Richmond fall well short of that 316 mark. That's another excellent delivery. Chehan leaves it be.
That one swings back into that one was the in-swinger for the left armer, and we got 2 slips and at the gully here at Galle International Stadium. They are attacking. Mahinda College want wickets early on. They want to make sure that score is going to be stable as possible. They are going to take wickets early on. That's what they are doing with their 2 slips and the gully. More wide this time, going away from the batsman.
Shehan Hasaranga generating some serious pace, troubling the Richmond batsman.
He's known for his pace and he will use it quite well in this evening.
Dinura Kalupahana, the vice captain, all the way back to his mark with Shehan Hasaranga, giving him advice, giving him encouragement to get that first wicket and get the Mahindans up and going.
Oh, that one was
onto the pads.
a really close one. That was really close to the batsman's body. It's just wonderful energy we got here.
That was a dangerous shot when you're trying to flick away at this pace that Shehan Hasaranga is generating. You could give up an edge, so the Richmond batsmen need to be wary of that.
Yes, Shehan Hasaranga. Again, back of the length, bowling it right into the batsman's. He is not able to get any runs off this over rather than that wide. Shehan Hasaranga has been a really quick, and on the length he should have been.
That's the end of the first over of the Richmond first innings. Richmond College 1 for none.
Change of angles again from Shehan Hasaranga this time. This time he pulls it. It goes all the way. She goes away. Yes, it does. A wonderful shot from Bhanuka's back. Oh no! Wonderfully fielded by the Mahinda College fielder. That was just an unbelievable fielding right there from the Mahindian side. Everyone thought at here it would have been a boundary, but the fielder at the edge of that field made sure it stays inside.
That excellent bit of fielding closes out the first over. Richmond College 4 for none.
Dinra Kalupahana, the vice captain of the Mahinda College side, is now into the attack.
Dinura Kalupahana, the Mahinda vice captain, starting his spell from the pavilion end. Another excellent all-rounder from Mahinda College. He can open the bowling as well as the batting. He showed his heroics with the bat, with 76 runs added to the board. Let's see what he can add to the wickets column with the ball in hand.
He had a great season this season. It was a great for Dinra Kalupahan, and now he got to deliver here at Goal International Stadium for his own college. He got to deliver it for the Mahinda College at the Lovers Quarrel, the big match, the Goal March Madness that we all been waiting for, the third oldest big match in the Sri Lanka. Dinra Kalupahan, can he deliver something for the Mahindians early on?
Dinura Kalupahana generating some serious pace here. Richmondites being troubled by pace from both ends. An excellent start from the Mahindians in this Richmond first innings, defending 316 as their first innings total.
Now, here's something different. In the first innings of Mahinda College, we saw that in the quick bowlers getting bamboozled by the shots played by the Mahinda College batting lineup. But now here, the pace attack from the Mahinda College is really doing really well right now. Oh, misfield this
That
time
one
by...
finds the outside edge. Just a single gained. The slip fielders giving chase. Dinura Kalupahana finding that edge early on, just his second ball. As you said, Hiruja, the Richmond fast bowlers weren't able to extract edges like this from the Mahinda batsmen early on. Hit to the Mahinda bowlers are holding the Richmondites to tight lines and lengths right from the get-go. That's what's important when you're an opening bowler, to keep the pressure on the batsman right from the get-go. And they're doing this very well. The two experienced campaigners, Shehan Hasaranga from the fort end and now Dinura Kalupahana from the pavilion end.
Yes, Dinur Kalupahana, he has been using that pace quite well. The that one swings right back into the batsman. Good lengths and lines shown by the Mahinda College pacers, just right on that money area, making sure the batsman's troubling.
There's nothing really on offer for the batsman at the minute. Shehan was able to put away a rare bad delivery by Shehan Hasaranga for those 3 runs gained, which would have been a boundary if it weren't for that beautiful piece of fielding by the Mahindians.
Again, that swings right back into the batsman. The swing is in offer for the Dinura Kalupana as well as Shehan Hasranga. Something that we didn't saw in the Richmondites bowling. They didn't have this much swing in the morning sessions we had, but now Mahinda College is getting that swing they wanted. Something different is happening with the pitch here in goal.
Well, I think the difference is that the Mahinda bowlers aren't really banging it into the pitch, whereas they're trying to get the ball to skid off the surface, which I think is where the Richmond bowlers went wrong. They tried to go for the short ball a bit too often, whereas the Mahindians, they're trying to get the ball to skid off the surface, to get that swing off the surface once again. That one swings away from the batsman. He tried to place it between the slip and the third man, but there was protection in the deep.
And that's the end of the over. That's a maiden over by the vice captain Dinura Kalupana himself. And Richmond is 4 for 0. Just right there, right on the money.
That was a much better shorter delivery than the one he started his first over with. Well directed. Batsman had nowhere to go but down. Excellent bowling from the Mahindians once again, piling on the pressure, forcing the batsman to do something. Bhanuka Manohara,
No one's.
that was the first delivery he faced.
And it was a short ball with a pacier short ball as well. No ball called by the umpire. Was not able to control his legs that time from Shehan Hasranga. Just stepping over the line this time.
Well, the Mahindians have to be careful of this. We saw earlier on in the Mahinda first innings as well, a few Richmond bowlers gave away some no balls, which is something the umpires will be keeping an eye on. So something to be careful for the bowlers.
Bhanuka Manohara is on strike for Shehan Hasranga. This time cuts away wonderfully, and it's up in the air and it's taken. It was up in the air and that's the first wicket down for Richmond Knights, and Mahinda is early on with a breakthrough. What is happening around here in Galle International Stadium? First innings they got 316 runs in board, and now in the third over they get the wicket of Bhanuka Manohara, who everyone outside here and inside, everyone was talking about him. He could be one of the explosive players in the Richmond side, and he's gone early on.
Beautifully set up by the Mahindians. Short ball, and then a shorter ball, but this time wider. Bhanuka Manohara couldn't help but go after it, which brings about the first wicket of the Richmond innings. Mahindians elated, Richmondites can scarcely believe their eyes. Richmond College 5 for 1. Richmond lose their first wicket, and Thamindu Pradeep is the new man into the crease. Here's Shehan Hasaranga, fresh off that wicket.
Oh, this one is too wide. Going for that short ball. They are trying to get some swing off the pitch, but you just need to go that much wide. That was too wide, and umpire calls it a wide.
Well, you can see what Shehan Hasaranga is trying to do. He's trying to play to his strengths, which is the shorter ball. He's quite a stocky built fast bowler, so he has quite a powerful release. He can dig it into the pitch and bowl those
Sure.
shorter balls. The last wicket of Bhanuka Manohara was beautifully set up by bowling two well-directed short balls beforehand and then going to the wider short ball which got him the wicket. He's following a similar strategy here against Shehan as well.
And we still got that fielder right there set up for that exact same shot this time as well. Shehan has to be aware of this as well. He cannot give away any more wickets. Dites has to stick to their plan, play it slowly. This time going leg side. A good bit of keeping. A wonderful keeping as well. That was too leg side. I wouldn't be even able to.
Richmond College 6 for 1, chasing 316. The Mahinda first innings score. Already lost one of their most experienced batsmen, Bhanuka Manoharan.
That one is away, gets it fine. Does it get to the boundary? Yes, it does. That's the first boundary for the Richmond side. And that has been going away from the third man and was not able to just get it in.
Great effort in the field by the Mahinda vice captain, Dinura Kalupahana, but it just got away from him. Well, we do have to report that there are a few dark clouds hovering above the Gol International Stadium. We do hope that it does not affect the day's play in any way, as Richmond put on another single to end the over. End of the third, Richmond College 11 for the loss of 1.
Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medication.
Into the fielder. Oh, Thamindu is taking some risk. He wanted to go for the first run, but he didn't, so there was a fielder right there waiting for that ball.
Yeah, straight to the fielder. Richmondites getting a bit impatient, want to get those runs on the board. Still, this has to be a marathon for them, not a sprint. 316 is not a target you chase down by being reckless.
You want to play things slowly. You want to build up the innings. You're facing a huge total. This is 316 in a 2-day test match. You need to build up slowly. You need to get the moment going, then play the shot. When the bowlers are getting tired, they're going to bowl those loose balls. Wait for them, then play them.
Well, the question needs to be asked, do the Richmondites have that kind of time to be waiting for the Mahindans to make the mistakes? Or do they have to take the initiative and go for it themselves and put the bowlers under pressure, not the other way around? That time it's cut away by Chehan and cut away well, piercing the field for a boundary.
That's what you had to do. Dinura Kalupahana is not that kind of a stocky bowler who likes to go for that short ball hitting the pitch. He likes to swing the ball at the batsman. Now, when he goes for those short balls, the timing, you can time it perfectly. Go for those shots when these kind of bowlers bowl those short balls and those loose deliveries. That was too wide to be bowled, and he got the treatment for bowling that short wide ball.
Well, it was shortish and wide, and it got the treatment it deserved. This is what the Mahindans have to be wary of. Not be too overconfident of your total, and keep to your basics. Keep to your lines and lengths, and put the batsman under pressure like that, exactly like that.
That was what Dinura Kalupahana should do. Shehan Hasaranga will bowl those short balls that he's able to. Dinura Kalupahana has to stick to his usual back of the length or length swingy balls.
He has to keep to his fourth stump, fifth stump line, and use his natural swing to get the batsman to play at it and get that outside edge into play. You have 3 slips, or 2 slips rather, I should say, in play. Get them involved. That's how you are going to get the wickets.
Much better back of the length, and ooh, it's getting hot out there. They are firing off. The fielders are on a high energy. Even the smallest chances, they will do whatever they can to build the pressure up in the Richmond batters.
Very offside heavy attacking field set for Dinura Kalupahana. That was a perfect delivery. Straight at the stumps, batsman had no choice but to come forward and play the ball.
And that's the end of the 4th over. Richmond is 15 for 1.
Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food.
Mahinda College going to use their spin bowling attack? Is it before the 10th overs or after the 10th over?
Well, the fast bowlers are still getting a bit of late swing, so I would expect the Mahinda captain Danuja to utilize his fast bowlers for a bit longer.
Well, talking about fast bowler, Danuje is a fast bowler as well. He can come and get those bowling into his hand, and he can bowl those some overs too as well for Mahinda College.
Danuja last year got some important wickets off the Richmond batting lineup, so this year he'll be looking to do the same. He's saving himself for the moment and letting his 2 veteran pacers, Shahana Saranga and Dinura Kalupahana, start the account off for Mahinda.
Yes, Shehan Nasranga. This one shot. Ooh, He is feisty. He is feisty. He like those short ones, and that's the first for the over.
What I like about that delivery is how he set up to that delivery, how he built up to that one. He bowled a few back of the length deliveries, get the batsman playing forward, and then surprise them with the shorter one.
Now, usually something I'd see in the classic cricket is that after short ball, they like to go for the bowlers like to go for that full or the yorker. They like to bowl that. But there's something different. Is Shehan is he doesn't like going for that the quick yorker or that fuller ball. He keeps on making sure that keep on bowling those short balls and then kind of a bowl that back of the length one, which is really hard to get underneath.
Change in the field coming up for Shahan Hasaranga. Apologies, it's the Mahinda captain Danuja Indura who has bought himself into the attack and he's on his 5th delivery now.
This one has been pulled and the vice captain at the boundary line will cover it.
That one's a bit down the line, but there is protection in the deep. Last ball of the over coming up. Here's Danuja.
Oh,
excellent
that
delivery
one
to
kept
close off the 5th over. Richmond College 17 for 1. And here's a change of commentary after this.
And see those beautiful pictures are being brought to you by the web team of Mahinda College. Left-handed Shehan is ready to face the music of Shehan. That is called a wide delivery, a pretty loose stuff on the off stump. A very rare loose delivery. He's on to his 3rd over. Has taken a wicket, a very early wicket of the previous skipper, Banuka, was caught in the deep of the bowling of Shehan. He was steaming in on his first 2 overs. That was what I was trying to say. He has taken from where he let off in terms of confidence. Runs in again, bowls over the wicket. That time, way down the leg side. Well, that is what you call a commentator's curse, isn't it?
Well, he's been bowling well, certainly, before we came here, but all of a sudden, a bit wayward in terms of his line and length, Shehan, at the moment. But he'll recover. He has bowled some really good deliveries throughout his 2.1 overs.
Beautiful pictures, aren't they? These pictures are brought to you by this drone coverage is done by the drone Mudianse, the famous drone operator in Sri Lanka. Some beautiful pictures, some aerial views as that has been pushed off on the back foot. There was no feet movement on that occasion. It was all around the city, all around the ground rather, covering at all angles. Mahinda College could be very proud of the standard that they've maintained in this production. A very collective effort and a very standard one. And they could be very proud of the way their team have performed so far. As Shehan runs in from the far end, down the leg side again, he seems to lost his radar all of a sudden. It could call you as a commentator's curse, but the sun hides now. Literally, it becomes more player friendly. A very sort of sedate looking, calm looking Goal International Cricket Stadium is in front of us, whereas in the day, midday time, it was very hot. Sun was beating down. As he changed the angle, bowls round the wicket this time.
That's much better, isn't it? Shehan bowling round the wicket, changing his angle straight away. But this time a much better delivery to Shehan, who's on 13 of 30 deliveries, trying to see through this remaining passage of play. Time is now almost 5 p.m.
Around 10 overs remaining of the day's play.
Probably.
Yeah, about 72 overs have been conceded for the first innings, and if you take out 2, oh, that's a good delivery on the off stump. And with no intention, these batsmen are just pushing at those deliveries and trying to squeeze out a single. It was Tumidu, the new batsman who came after the fall of the first wicket, was just yet faced just 2 deliveries and yet to get out the mark. So most of the strike has been taken by Shehan, and as we speak 7 cameras have been used and they've been working their skins out. This the production team of Mahinda College. It's down
Once
the leg
again,
side
a bit
again.
wavered in terms of line that delivery and worked away towards the fine leg region, or the deep third man region for a single.
Well, a very colourful evening, a very colourful crowd, and we'll talk about that in more detail after we started the new over. That completes the Shehan's. Is it? Completes
Shehan's over.
the Shehan's third over. He has conceded 13 runs. Tumidu is on. Is yet to get out the mark rather. Shehan is on 14 has faced 32 deliveries out of the 36 deliveries which has bowled. Quite a strange equation if you take that. Richmond is on 19. They have been pulled back by some good, very fiery fast bowling by Mahinda College, Mahinda boys. Dinura Kalupahana, he's been the opening batsman for Mahinda College. Now he's taken the duties of bowling that opening spell. It's been quite a very rhythmic sort of action. He's got quite a long bowling stride.
And change of ends as well. He was bowling from the media box end, but now he's bowling from the fourth end. But he's been good. He's been bowling in tight line and lengths, and not giving anything away on either of these two batters, especially Shehan. Bowling majority of those deliveries at Shehan are the entertainment. Now this is what it's all about, isn't it? A big match. You're getting your boys, you're getting your friends, you're getting your families in and enjoy the cricket, and at the same time, it's just about enjoying the day.
Absolutely, that is what you call a big match, and this is turning out to be a spectacular evening here at Goal International Cricket Stadium. Some colourful crowds as we. That's an effort delivery, a good one rather. He's steaming it and bowls it hard out. Dinura is giving it all. as we see the boys tent of Mahinda College. Aren't they happy? They have all the rights in the world to be happy because their team is performing very well so far. They've performed brilliantly. Their skipper got into 100. The opening batsman, the opening bowler Dinura, scored 77. And there's a quick single. There's good cricket all around. That is Tamindu opens his account, is it? No.
Again, Shehan.
Again Shehan. Again Shehan. We'll see whether Tamindu can open his account in this over. Well, we are into the 7th over of the day. 20 runs has been conceded. If I recall the first 7 overs of the day's play, where Mahinda College faced the first 10 to 10 overs, where they were going all guns blazing. They were about 40, 45 to 50.
Almost going at around 7 to 8 runs per over quite easily. That was all because of Dinra Kalupana, how he played all around the park.
It's again a good delivery. He seems to found out his rhythm, lines and lengths correct, just outside the off stump on the good length. That is where you need to stay more often when you're bowling it with the new ball. In 2 slips with the wicket keeper, and you have point, deep third man, extra cover, short mid off, short extra cover rather, and there's cover point, there's backward point, there's wide third man, 2 slips, mid on and mid off, runs in, a short of a length delivery.
Good bit of fielding in the tape that time. Certainly saved the boundary. Just a couple of runs there for Tamindu. It was just glided towards that third man region, but quickly cut off by the fielder. Had to cover some ground.
Well, that ball was quickly coming at us, where we do the commentary from the media box end. As that ball, that was a very, very good attempt down that deep third man region. He had to run about 20 meters to his left. And these sort of fielding attempts such attempts can lift you as a team.
Definitely. Seeing your fielders putting heart out in the field, it certainly boosts the confidence of the other players, and certainly the confidence of the bowler as well. Because then the bowler know that the fielders are giving their 100%, and it's just about executing your part as a bowler. Again, couple of runs, good run in between the wickets. And you do that, it automatically boosts the confidence of the whole team. And that is what we're seeing at the moment from Mahinda College. So 7 overs done, it's 24 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa.
Can see out here as Danuja, the skipper. Now all this mental has been taken up by the top order of Mahinda College. Danuja now is bowling, and we saw the opening batsman Dinura bowled the first over, the first change up being the captain. So the top order is making all the inroads.
But it looks like in Mahinda College, all 11 are bowlers, it seems. Normally it's the other way around. Now that's a good looking shot. That's a perfect shot from Chehan. And a bit of a touch too short from Danuj, and Chehan just stood tall to that delivery and played it gracefully towards the onside for a boundary.
These are some welcome runs on the part of Richmond Diets. He waited on it, let the ball come into him, was just climbing on him, and he was equal to it. Played it down the ground. That is the most important fact. You can easily lob that one. There is a long, deep fine leg fielder towards a long off backward square leg. That could have easily, if you played it on the up, that could have easily, if there's a leading edge, that would have traveled down to the throat of that fielder. But this batsman, now Chauhan should be now, has taken his eye in. So
Certainly
he should
seeing the ball really well, I guess.
absolutely. That might help him to control that shot. I don't think that this goal pitch will offer a lot of assistance to the seam bowlers.
Asking the question, probably sliding down the leg side. We've seen quite a couple of appeals throughout this day, but I think majority of them were overturned by the umpire.
Majority and
Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa. Hotline 076 992 8899. Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. It's in good hands. Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination, pet grooming, pet boarding, pet surgery, pet medications, quality pet food, pet accessories, and all services for your priceless pet. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital, Gaul. Branch, Hikkaduwa. Hotline 076 992 8899. Bawo, the Veterinary Hospital. It's in good hands. Welcome to Bawo the Veterinary Hospital. We possess the knowledge, professionalism, and expertise to ensure that your pet is well taken care of. And we provide pet examination,
When they start attacking, they will start attacking. So keep your lines and lengths clean. Keep them clean, and when you need wicket, use that as special ball. Just keep them clean for now, and then wait for that golden one. Then use it. Mount the pressure. Use the deliveries you got underneath that pressure. Now that was much better. Back of the length into the batsman. Now that's what you like to see.
Full house here at the Goal International Stadium. At both ends, Mahinda College and Richmond College. Full of supporters, full of students, cheering their schools on, cheering their teams on, with the match finally poised.
Again, that shorter one. Great bowling from Shehan Hasrangadiso, and that's the end of the 11th over, and Richmondites are 46 for 1. A spin from the pavilion end.
Tarusha Dilshan into the attack. The right arm orthodox bowler into his second over.
To back of the length, but there's a fielder. Should stop it right there. Yes, he does.
Just a single, which brings Tamindu Pradipta to the crease. Chehan Subasinghe has slowly cruised to 36 of 58 deliveries. He has been the anchor behind this Richmond innings. He scored more than half their runs.
So I think the decision they took here is something risky, because you doesn't want those right orthodox bowlers to bowl to the left-hand batters. You want the right-handers against the right arm of spinners. Something risky there taken by Chehan, taking that single. He would have waited for that loose ball and put it away rather than getting that single and getting Tamindu in the strike.
Chehan Subasinghe letting that one go from Tarusha Dilshan. Tarusha Dilshan again keeping to his tight lines and lengths. Very short run up for Tarusha Dilshan. This time brings the sweep, misses it completely.
That was a real good ball by Tarusha Dilshan. So something I see here is that the action that used Tarusha Dilshan is really unique. I haven't seen any kind of bowler use that action before, even in the internationals. Look at that. What do you think of that?
This time he connects with the sweep, but there's protection in the deep.
Only a single. What do you think of that? The action he got, I haven't seen it before in the international. Any international player doesn't, I have seen, got that kind of action.
Interesting action. It's very, very straight arm, no bend to it whatsoever. Very difficult it must be for the batsman to read his deliveries.
And he uses his grease really well. That's edged into the fielder's hands. Then that's the doubt to end the 12th over. Richmond College 48 for 1.
Shehan Hasaranga to continue from the fourth end. Tamindu Pradeepta on strike. Correction, Shehan Subasinghe on strike. Back of a length, but straight to the fielder. That one's going down the leg side.
Coming in the strike. Shehan will like a right-hand batsman in the strike. He got the pace. That is really good back of the length. Just keeping things simple. Bowling those back of the length deliveries. Not trying to do anything, overdoing anything. What was, I think, went wrong for the Richmond side. They tried using those special abilities they got early on without really having pitch doing much for them in offer, and they got punished for that.
We can see some bits of wear and tear appearing at both ends of the pitch, which is what has convinced Dhanuja Indivare, the Mahinda skipper, to bring on spin from one end. Straight to the fielder, that one. That was the third straight dot ball of this over. Shehan Hasaranga keeping his lines and lengths tidy.
Well, now you got the batsman you wanted in the strike. I think Shehan Hasaranga should use those full deliveries. Might try that outswing, just look for a wicket before the end of the first day at here at the LQ.
No ball called by the umpire. Shehan Hasaranga overstepping his mark.
Vice Captain Dinro Kalupahana having a little chat with Shehan Jayasuriya, walking along with him at this crease. Here's Shehan. More of a cover drive shot right there, but not able to get out of the strike. The fielder placed right there for the exam shot.
Final ball of the over coming up from Shehan Hasaranga, Richmond College. They both up their 50 in the first ball of the over. This time tries to cut away but couldn't connect, swing and a miss to end the 13th over. Richmond College 50 for 1. Tarusha Dilshan to continue.
Right arm off spinner to the left arm batsman. This is the battle we should be looking after. This is the battle Mahindians wanted to. Oh, that was nicely flighted and drifted as well. Straight to the fielder, a dot. That was nicely flighted.
Tarusha Dilshan trying to use those rough patches right at the edge of the pitch. This one much straighter. Again, straight to mid-off. Richmond batsman not being able to find those gaps. Tarusha Dilshan providing the flight they need, but not the line.
That's
This
the line
time he
you should
brings
be.
out the sweep again. Just a single, finds the fielder in the deep.
That's the line you should be looking after for that day. When today in the pitch report we saw there are cracks right at that same spot, so you should use that cracks to get the spin you wanted. Tamdu is free. Tamdu in the strike. That one, there's the off break that we were looking for. It just came back into the batsman. He's bowling quicker to the right arm batsman, as you could see. He's not trying to fly the ball or drift it into the right arm, because if you do kind of those things, he will punish you.
Tarusha Dilshan opting to go around the wicket to the right-hander Tamidu Pradeepta, creating that angle to take the ball away from the right-hander and then bring it in with his off breaks to create some confusion. We have a man under the lid.
There's an appeal between the wicket, behind the wicket from the keeper.
Umpires unmoved, and that ends the 14th over of Richmond College, 51 for 1. Umpire has been talking to the Mahinda skipper, possibly about the over rate. It's getting on in time, and a bad light could be an effect in the day's play. Shehan Hasaranga, the fast bowler, is still continuing from the fourth end. Dhanujendra happy with his contributions from that end.
Here's the 15th over. Hasaranga.
Excellent bit of fielding, not allowing the single. Tight fielding from the Mahindians.
Mahindians would like to have a couple of wickets inside the belt before the end of the first day. Let's see what they can do.
Shehan Super Singh has been hovering around those high 30s for quite a bit of time now. He'll be a bit frustrated again with the bouncer from Shehan Hasaranga.
Shehan Hasaranga is quick. He got the pace. He will keep the batsman guessing. He will ask questions with him, but you cannot be squared. You need to give the answers to them. Wait for it. Wait for it. Shehan Hasaranga is not a bowler. You can go ahead and play your exact same sort you like to play in the normal days. It will take time. It will take time, but at the end, you can have a positive result. Much better from Shehan Hasaranga again. This time a bit fuller, but not then staying on that slot kind of area. Just keeping things simple. Shehan is getting a bit frustrated, as you guys could see.
The Mahinda strategy at this stage of the game seems to be keep your lines and lengths tight and keep chipping away at the batsman and frustrate them into making a mistake. You can see the Mahinda supporters, the students, cheering their team on with all their voices. This one is a bit wide from Shehan Hasaranga. Umpire calls it wide.
Well, Shehan has bowled some few of these wides, which he can do. That will get rid of the pressure from the batsman. He need to keep on bowling on those tight lanes. He had bowled these wides a few bit of times we saw in the other overs. Just keep bowling to your normal lines and lanes. That will make the pressure go into the batsman's mind. That will play a big role. Don't bowl those wide ones.
We talked about this in the Richmond innings as well, about setting the pressure on the batsman. This one is down the leg side.
And
Umpire goes at 2 for the over.
If you have 3 in the leg side, that will be called a wide, as law in the cricket book says.
Again, to our conversation about setting up pressure on the batsman. When you bowl a loose delivery like that, all the pressure that you worked so hard to build up on the batsman just goes away. So both sets of bowlers have to be careful not to lose that pressure on the batsman by bowling a loose delivery like that. That one is much better, much well directed bouncer from Shehan Hasaranga.
Now keep building on those pressure deliveries. That will get you to those wickets. Just keep building on them, and in the moment you're waiting for, the wickets you are waiting for, they will come. It's just matter of the time. Just keep on bowling those dot deliveries. Keep on those pressure deliveries coming.
Final delivery of the 15th coming up. Right on the pads. He flicks it away for a single. Looking for the second. It's not there. And that'll end the 15th over. Richmond College 53 for 1. And there's a change in commentary.
.40. Tamidu is still on 5. Is about 16 overs paced, and we are about to commence the last few overs of the day's play. The left-handed Chehan is on strike. Tarusha starts another over. Good delivery on that occasion. Bowling just looping on that. A lot of flight through the air. He's not afraid because these batsmen are not explosive as they were in the up front. And the sun is hiding from the west. And a slight breeze, sort of a breeze, goes across the ground. A very slight one. Next ball has been hammered over mid-wicket. Is it?
Yes.
1 bounce for 4.
Chehan moves up to 44. Tarusha a touch too full that time, and Chehan was down on one knee and played it gracefully towards the mid-wicket region. 1 bounce and towards the boundary. Moves up to 44 now.
Well, the standout feature of this innings of Chehan is that whenever the ball is there to be hit, whenever the ball is loose, and whenever he finds that area on his slots, he has dispatched those deliveries. It's again a trifle attempt of a sweep, which was not connected. There is backward square leg being positioned to the left-handed Chehan. Tarusha is bowling around the wicket, which is spinning away from the left-hander, which means that he's going across the spin. So he's not afraid. He's goes to the pitch of the delivery and sweeps it. And this time, now this is an interesting combination as far as Tamidu and Chehan, because they are right hand, left hand combination. So when these type of duos are in the middle, it is very difficult for the bowlers to control that lines and lengths, because the field, every now and then the field has to change the workload in terms of bowling, and in terms of the fielders who to run around is different when you have two same handed batsmen, and when you have right hand left hand combination in the middle. Or should
Definitely, that is something that bowlers tend to find a bit difficult, especially at this stage of the game. The bowlers will have to, especially when it comes to setting the field to a right hand and a left hand, it becomes difficult. But that has been a part of the game for a long time now, and it's almost something that the players are accustomed to.
Well, that is the way the game goes. You can't complain. When you have a right-hander, you have to set the field to the right-hander, and when you have a left-hander, you need to be setting the field to the left hand as well. You can't complain. So that is the way the game goes. In terms of the workload and in terms of the bowling, the lines and the lengths, you have to take care of yourselves when this type of right-hand, left-hand combination in operation. All right. Arosha, the new man. Another bowling change being brought in. I think that is purely because we are coming to the end of the day's play, and the umpires would have spoken to the Mahinda captain, Danuja, and asked him to operate with the spinners more or less, because the light could be a factor. Otherwise, light would have been offered to the batsman. There's a possibility of that being happen. Loosener to start with.
A real loosener outside the off stump. Tamidu just okay with that being left alone.
The batsman also having a side at that one. Left it alone. Would have thought that it was a very dolly outside the off stump. A little foolish delivery. I could have picked it wherever I would have wanted.
That's much better that time from Tamidu. Gets it towards the extra car region for a single. Arosha once again bowling wide outside the off stump. A touch too full as well. Easy pickings for the batters at this stage of the game. Trying to get those singles, ones and twos on offer. But Chehan will try to go for a big shot if Arosha tries the same sort of delivery against Chehan as well. Knowing his intentions and after seeing his style of play.
Well, whenever the ball is there to be hit, whenever the ball is a little too short, a little too wide, he's employed all his strokes. And that is the standout of this innings. Yes, it is a more sort of a very test batsman sort of an inning. 76 balls faced, 45 he's the opening batsman. Bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Swept straight to the man who's fielding at a long leg, rather. Wide, deep, fine leg, one would say. The batsman crossover for single. Well, the sweeping has been the go-to shot in many occasions when the spinners are in operation.
Yeah, we see that right throughout the morning as well, especially from Mahinda College batters. They've been able to execute those sweep shots really well. And they've been able to score runs heavily throughout that square region of the wicket. Once again, Tamidu this time rocked back to played it towards the point region, but straight into the hands of the fielder, trying to steal a single that time. Arosha just 2 runs so far in this over.
I thought it was a little too close to the body to sweep. Luckily that he did not turn into the batsman. He's anyway spinning away from the right-handed Hamidu. Then it is not that dangerous shot I would have earlier thought that kept coming in, but no harm done on that occasion. He's a left arm off spinner. It's a very sort of an advantage when you do have both arm spinners,
Yes.
off spinners rather.
Especially off spinners. So that's the end of the over. 17 overs done. It's 61 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Well, another bowling change, is it? Now, now then. All of these options have been tried out towards the end of the day by Dhanuja. He's desperate, it seems, to take a wicket and walks back to the pavilion with 2 wickets in their bank.
That has to be the plan. Mahinda College skipper Dhanuja trying out everything here to pick up a wicket. A leg slip in position as well this time. And a leg spinner this time, Kaveen.
That's a very good fielding down there at backward square leg. A very valiant effort to stop that ball going across the boundary. That was a real loose now to start with. The Kaveen is bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Tamindu. Even though he's on 7, he has been there for quite a while now. He's faced just 23 deliveries, but for the majority of this innings, he's been there at the non-striker's end. He would have seen what the pitch offers to the bowlers.
Oh, asking the question this time. And another refusal by the umpire. It was certainly down the leg side. And a good take by the wicket keeper, just missing everything, it seems.
They all went up in unison. I thought they might have heard something, but the umpire. This time a good delivery. He has found his rhythm just on that middle and leg region. When the ball is spinning it away, spinning in rather, and when there is nothing in the pitch to offer, straightens down the line. Which was played straight to the short leg fielder. Was it a missed chance?
I think that wasn't a chance. I think. What is that?
That's a no ball.
That's a no ball.
That's a no ball. Anyway, that would not have been doing any harm to the batsman.
But Kaveen is bowling some good areas here. At that time, touch too short, but straight into the hands of the fielder. But that last 2 deliveries, I think Kaveen did well with the ball.
Yeah, that is what these leg spinners always can produce. There's that odd delivery which can spin and spin fast. So on that occasion, the previous delivery, it was spinning quite slow. Let the batsman enough time to rock back, waited on the delivery and pulls it across. So there is that odd delivery which spins quickly, and there is that odd delivery which spins slow. That can creep an uncertainty in the minds of the batsman as well, whether this ball will squeeze in or whether this ball will have some time in the pitch for me to reach.
Last ball of this over. A tossed up delivery. A good looking shot, but will be just a single to end that over. And Tamindu.
Overs for the day, but still, since there is a 92 overs for the day, so that we are coming to the last 2 overs of the day's play. Shehan would love to get that half century as the last milestone of the day. They can have some reprieve to work away with some pride. Tamidu is on strike. He would love to give the strike back to Shehan. Then he can achieve that milestone. Even though these are little milestones, these are little psychological milestones where the batsman there could be butterflies in their stomach. That has been driven very nicely.
Definitely. Walking out to the dressing room with a half century is just boosts the confidence of the whole team, knowing that there is a batter who is settled and who's ready to go out in the morning with already 50 runs in his pocket. So that boosts the confidence of the whole team. And I think, as you correctly mentioned, those little psychological milestones are very important, especially in cricket. Those psychological milestones are very, very important.
And absolutely, in the meantime, it is very nice to see the crowds are dancing in the aisles. Crowds are enjoying the proceedings, be it Mahinda, be it a Mahinda supporter, be it a Richmondite, whoever you are. If you are here, if you are around, that's the 50. It's a very well composed 50 from Shehan. That is something for him to celebrate, and a little milestone, as we said. That's but a very well composed, very calm and sedate looking, but a very composed looking innings from the Richmondite opening batsman. And as we rightly saw, there is a big flag coming. There's a person with that. There's a person with that comes on, and I thought for a split of a second the flag was coming. And there's a little tiny person who's carrying that flag, and why not? He has all the rights towards the end of the day. Some respite has been reprieved by these two batsmen. Shehan and Tamidu has managed to steady the ship somewhat.
Definitely a good innings from Shehan, especially after losing his partner up front. He's been able to capitalize on getting those runs. He was quite aggressive at the start, but then slowly started to settle down, and once he lost his partner, he started to settle down, and so far has been doing a really good job for Richmond College with the bat. So it's just about survival right now. He got to his half century, and Tamidu at the other end, 9 of 29, he's settled as well. So it's just about survival and ending the day on a high note, and they'll be pretty happy with 68 for the loss of 1 wicket at the end of day 1.
Absolutely, they would not complain. Richmondites 68 for 1, comparing to the early inroads Mahinda College boys made. So they could have been a lot worse. Now they have made it look a little equally poised, sort of. And 68 for 1 would read it equally poised and sort of balanced, walking out to the middle tomorrow morning. That's a good delivery, and there goes appeal. But the umpire again turns down that appeal. My goodness, these boys are pretty unlucky as far as the bowling is concerned. Kavin is into his second over. They all went up in unison. I don't think that there could be a deflection, but that of more of with a hope. That is again, that's out. That's the wicket that they wanted. That is the wicket that they wanted. I think that is unwanted shot.
Again,
that is unnecessary as far as Shehan is concerned.
That sweep shot once again, this time not executed properly. That was an easy decision for the umpires. It was straight, it was full, and it was hitting the stumps. So there we go. That's the second wicket. That's a big wicket. That's Shehan, who just got to his half century, who has to depart just before the end of day's play. And this is a big wicket. This is a big moment in this match. And Mahinda College will certainly now feel like they got their half in this day's play so far. So 2 down for 68, and Richmond are now, I would say, very unlucky to lose that wicket, and especially the set batter Shehan, who just completed his half century.
Absolutely, very unfortunate from the part of the Richmondites, but it was a very poor shot selection. That was very straight down the line, and he was playing to a ball which was little too fuller. He was trying to sweep. unfortunately did not take the bat, went plumb in front. Umpire had no hesitation in giving that out. No doubt that Mahinda boys are now right in front of this game. He's dictating terms. I think now a decision has to be made from the part of Richmond Knights. It's a very, very tricky situation to walk into the middle. Just about 4 overs remaining in the day's play. Are they throwing in a night watchman, or are we heading to a proper batsman? I don't think. We are yet to confirm. This has been a tremendous bowling display as far as these bowlers are concerned. Mahinda boys are on a high. The crowd is dancing on the aisles. Why not? They do have all the rights to celebrate their boys.
That's the team that's bringing you these live pictures, the Mahinda College web team.
That's the production team,
Yes.
where all of us are included. They've been doing a tremendous job throughout this day. I'll bring you the live pictures tomorrow as well.
Oh, is that another wicket? No, I think that was just on the hood. That was another close moment. Another close score. Kavin all of a sudden creating all these opportunities.
What scenes are we looking at? What scenes here are unfolding at Goal International Cricket Stadium? We are about to we are coming on to the last few deliveries of the day's play, and it seems to be generating the most amount of drama in the last passage of this play.
Oh, that's gone. Is it?
That's
gone. That's another wicket. Oh God, Kavin picking up his second wicket, and this time it's Sharon. Again the sweep shot. Again that sweep shot coming into play, and this time the leg slip fielder coming into play and taking an absolute brilliant catch. That was some catching, because he had to reflect. The reflection had to be really good, and he had to react really well as well, and he did that quite well. Look at that.
Beautiful leg slip. That was a leg slip. The reaction time was very minimum. He was stretching his arms and diving to his right, and rightly so. He clubbed into that. Very unfortunate. Would you call it unfortunate, or would you call it careless batting? I don't think. What should I call it? Because we are coming to the batsman is crawling. He should be. He can't walk into the dressing room.
Well, he might be thinking you better get a bus and go home from
Absolutely, because we are coming to the end of the day's play. And coaches would be having a mouthful, a earful in his ears. Will fill up in a little while, I think, as he scrolls down to the pavilion. Now they are stuttering. Definitely. At one stage, 68 for 1, looking pretty. Now 68 for 3. That is the grace of this game. Wonderful game of cricket. Mahinda boys are in front.
Definitely, without a doubt. Mahinda College in control of this game, in the driving seat, I would say, at this stage of the game. 68 for 3, and 2 more deliveries left in this over, and Kavin.
Can he ask for more? What can you ask? Can you ask for another wicket? I don't think so, because it is unfair from the part of the batsman. You need to have a little balance in this game too.
And it's a skipper, Tarinder Nirmal, who walked out to the middle.
You don't have night watchman. Night watchman is also back in the pavilion, I guess. And the Tarinder, what a time. What a time for the opposition skipper to walk out. We need to play the 2 deliveries of his life now. Runs in Kavin. Balls this time, I think, took the outside edge, went splashing away a welcome boundary, but Mahinda boys would not complain.
They wouldn't mind that at all. It was just it was a faster delivery from Kavin and Tarinder. Just a firm strike from Tarinder, and the score moves up to 72. 1 more delivery remaining. What an over this is. 2 wickets, and all of a sudden he just single-handedly took Mahinda College back into this game and onto the top of this game as well.
Absolutely turned the things on its head. Within a span of over. What a game of cricket.
Slip now in position. A full length delivery. Good bit of fielding. Almost another confusion there between the 2 batters.
almost another confusion and almost another. If the throw was at the right end, there could have been another serious case down at the batsman's end. And with that, are we heading to the stumps, or do we have another over?
It's like we're having another over. Yeah, we're having another over. The umpire is settling in.
As much as we can, they're trying to squeeze it out, because why should not they? Because we are playing 2 days only, and the maximum amount of play needs to be carried out. So rightly so, umpires are deciding on another over. So there is another discussion. There was a late bowling change being employed. Who is he? Now, these are some beautiful pictures here at the evening of Goal International Cricket Stadium. Some beautiful looking skies, the grey looking skies, some beautiful looking pictures. A picturesque Goal cricket ground, a lot of heritage in the fort, and those monumental structures shows you the history, the culture. And Richmond boys have got all to be proud of. Is it Tarusha? Tarusha is ready to start another over.
Oh, that was leading edge. Oh, what's happening? What's happening here? Richmond College playing very carelessly at the moment.
Very casual cricket. All of a sudden, from nowhere, they have been put down towards the sword.
Mahinda getting that leading edge and almost carried it through to the fielder, who was inside the 30-yard circle.
I believe if Richmond boys offered the light, they would have take it and go back to the dressing rooms. Hiruna, that is Hiruna starting another over. He's a little different because he has a little pause in his bowling stride. He's pausing, and that sort of tempting the batsman, who's just waiting on him like they're short leg and a leg slip waiting.
But so far has done well. I think this is again another good over, turning out to be a good over. 3 consecutive deliveries that are being put on in good areas by Hiruna.
And there is a conversion of umpires. Certainly there will be a discussion about the light. The batsmen have a discussion in the middle. I think light is dipping. Six overs for the day. First innings was 316 correction. Now Richmond Diets are tattering 3 for 74.
The batters, it looks like the batters are walking out. They're already halfway down. We'll see what's going to be the decision. Mahinda College skipper now talking with the batters.
They're waiting, the batsmen, they're waiting for the umpires to give it to them. That's it. That's it for the day's play, and Hiruna will have to come out and bowl his remaining 3 deliveries to start off the day's play. The second one, 73 for 4. Richmond Diets at the end of almost 20 overs, and at the end of the day's play, the first day's play. And to walk you through a summary of the innings, Oshadis.
Yes, so Richmond College earlier today won the toss and decided to field first, putting Mahinda College into bat. And Mahinda College has responded really well by scoring 316 for the loss of 8 wickets as they declared their innings. It was the skipper Tanuja who scored a beautiful century, 101 runs for him. And then of course Dinura Kalupahan up front scored 75 runs, and Pramesh also pitched in with 38 runs to take Mahinda College to a staggering total of 316 in 73.5. After the day's play, and tomorrow morning we'll be coming to you live from Goal International Stadium to bring you the live actions of day 2 of the Lovers Quarrel 2023, the 118th Lovers Quarrel. So until we meet again tomorrow, it's good night and goodbye from Goal International Cricket Stadium. Thank you.
Devara kitala balela annala kiela bila Devara kitala balela Lanka Ragela යන්න හදනවා අපිට රට මිල්ල සොයාලා මුටුවල මූද සමග මරුව සමග රංගේ වල අයන් කර අර හිතේ කරනාසෙල් පිටරට විස්තර මෙව්වා
Thank you.